Hello, Jolington. What's going on, dude?
Look completely different. First, in order to break the rumors of dating men, he made a new girlfriend. After breaking up with his ex-girlfriend Ashlyn Diaz in 2018, he was once believed to like men. This triggered a major discussion about his identity. At the event, he appeared less confident. Recently, he finally got together with a girl who is 9 years younger than him and dated in Paris in a high-profile manner, trying a way to calm his concert. But
Yay. I'm doing good, Wandering Mason.
Hi, I'm Gordon from Camera Labs.
Yeah, I had to order a new fucking camera lens. The lens I'm using right now on this camera, it's fucking broken. There's something wrong with the focus motor, and apparently it's pretty common on that particular lens. It starts buzzing like fucking crazy, especially if you're using it at anything other than a 16mm focal length. And it's worse when I use it on the new camera, and I think it's because of the different, like, AI focus system or something it uses. It just kind of works differently, and it'll just periodically start buzzing, so I had to order this.
You mount mirrorless cameras, that's correct, including a rubber. There will be distortion.
Hello, this is Dr. Grande. Today I will offer an update on the case of
VegFest when? Well, there's a VegFest happening, I think, on July 5th in Ottawa. So I'm gonna go to that one. What do you think of that chip guy? Who the hell's that?
Sherry Papini. She is the topic of a documentary titled Sherry Papini, Caught in the Lie. First, I'll look at the background of this case, move to the timeline of the crime, a summary of the documentary, then offer my analysis. Sherry Louise Papini was born on June 11, 1982, and lived in Redding, California. When she was 16 years old, she ran away from home. At some point, she must have returned, because in 2000, her father contacted the police and said that Sherry burglarized his residence. In September 2003, he accused her of making unauthorized withdrawals from his bank account. 3 months later, Sherry's mother accused her of attempting to harm herself and trying to blame the injuries on her. Sherry married a man named David Dreyfus in 2006. They divorced 2 years later. In October 2009, she married a man named Keith Papini. They would go on to have 2 children. Sherry and Keith lived in the Mountain Gate area of Shasta County, near Redding, California. Their home was in a rural area. As early as December 2015, Sherry Papini started having conversations with a former boyfriend named James Reyes. They used prepaid cell phones to conceal their affair. Now moving to the timeline.
Wow, this chick's a fucking massive bitch, dude. Why are lenses so expensive? Well, they're hard to make, and they're specialized, professional equipment, so...
Of the crime. On November 2, 2016, Sherry's husband Keith contacted the police at 5:50 p.m., saying that he could not find her. He found her phone about a mile from the family home. It was on the ground. Her earbuds, which had strands of hair on them, were coiled up on top of the phone. Here's what the police found during the course of their investigation. A witness had seen Sherry running on Sunrise Drive between 10 a.m. and 12 p.m. Sherry's financial accounts had not been accessed. Her purse and jewelry were accounted for. Law enforcement expended significant resources trying to find
Singer/rapper Azealia Banks goes nuclear on pro-Parley retards. Very lethargic.
I don't know who the fuck that even is. Everybody want to spill the Jew tea, gang up on the Jews, but gag when the Muslim tea gets spilled. I see you bitches, blah blah blah. But really, it's fucking entitlement Arabs and Muslims have in the faux solidarity with Black America, where y'all feel like we're just going to not pay attention to all the evil shit done to Black people. There's no conflating Ethiopians and Israel or Jews, where slave owners shit with the exponentially more evil, ruthless shit the Arab Muslim world. This chick is stupid. Yeah, I don't know who the hell this chick is. She sounds a little dumb, but at least she's not pro-Palestine. Thanks for the donation, retard. Did my mom ask about gig? No, she did not.
and Sherry, but they did not have any success. On November 24, 2016, 22 days after Sherry went missing, the California Highway Patrol responded to several 911 calls at about 4:30 a.m., reporting that a woman was standing or running on Interstate 5. The police arrived at the scene and found Sherry Papini. She had a chain around her waist, which was connected to one of her arms.
Oh my god, this bitch is like a dumbass liar.
Her other wrist and both her ankles had makeshift restraints on them. She was transported to Woodland Hospital, where several injuries were observed. For example, a brand on her back near her right shoulder, bruises, rashes, burns, and a swollen nose. Here is the story that Sherry supplied to the police. On November 2, 2016, as she was jogging, a dark-colored SUV drove past her, stopped, then backed up. A woman in the passenger seat requested assistance. As Sherry approached the vehicle, she noticed the woman was holding a revolver. The woman said something to the effect of, "We don't want to hurt you." Sherry put her phone and earbuds on the ground. She did not remember getting into the vehicle or how long she was there. She woke up in a room with zip ties around her wrists and realized there were two kidnappers, both Hispanic women. Sherry helped the FBI to create sketches of these two mysterious women. Over the next few weeks, the kidnappers caused all the injuries which had been observed on Sherry. On November 24, 2016, one of the kidnappers drove Sherry to where she was found on Interstate 5 and told her to exit the vehicle. The police had serious doubts regarding Sherry's story. Kidnappings of an adult perpetrated by women are extremely rare. Even so, they could not disprove her story. Just 4 days after she was found, Sherry applied to the California Victim Compensation Board. She eventually received about 35 payments, totaling over $30,000. She used much of this for mental.
Wow. Like nobody. I mean, it's just so obviously a fucking lie.
Health counseling over the next few years. The police found male DNA on Sherry's underwear, which was unexpected because Sherry never mentioned coming in contact with a man. It took investigators until 2020 to identify the source of the DNA. It was from Sherry's former boyfriend, James Reyes, who lived in a house in Costa Mesa, California.
She made up a fucking kidnapping story so she could get plowed by her ex-boyfriend and hopefully no one would find out about it. That's a new one. Like, imagine being that hungry for your ex-boyfriend's cock that you'd make up a fucking... like, this bullshit.
This guy claims creatine causes hair loss. I'm skeptical. Can you debunk the claim?
You look like Frankenstein.
Not saying to
because
watch
after
the
you
whole video or anything. Just curious about creatine and hair loss. All the comments are blaming creatine.
These people are stupid and they have absolutely no fucking idea of what they're talking about. The assumption that creatine causes hair loss was made up from one single study, which didn't actually show creatine caused hair loss. All it did was there was some outcome in the study where the people on the creatine had higher DHT levels. That result has never been replicated, so that was probably a type 1 error, just random noise. And there was a subsequent study that was recently published, I think like a month or two ago, where they actually directly assessed DHT, hair density, and like hair follicle density or whatever. Doesn't do anything to your fucking hair, so they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Thanks for the donation, W. Look at the guy on the
You
left's
look like
hairline.
Frankenstein because after you...
What? He's missing hair or something?
Who are trying.
Yeah, whatever. Thanks for the donation, W.
This is 583 miles south of Reading. The police paid James a visit on August 10, 2020. He initially lied to them, but eventually admitted that he had been with Sherry during the 22 days that she was missing. She stayed in his house the entire time, never leaving even once. Sherry told James that her husband had mistreated her and she wanted to escape him. During Sherry's stay, she caused injuries to herself and asked James to brand her, which he did using a wood-burning tool. Eventually, Sherry said she missed her children and wanted to leave. James took her back to Northern California. The FBI interviewed Sherry on August 13, 2020, 3 days later. They informed her that lying to a federal officer is a crime. After they accused her of fabricating her story, Sherry denied it. She maintained that she had been telling the truth. On March 3, 2022, Sherry Papini was arrested and charged with making false statements to a federal law enforcement officer and 34 counts of mail fraud. On April 18, 2022, Sherry pleaded guilty to 1 count of making false statements and 1 count of mail fraud. She was later sentenced to 18 months in prison and ordered to pay over $300,000. In November 2022, Sherry reported to prison. Her husband Keith filed for divorce, and Sherry lost custody of her children. In August 2023, Sherry Papini was released from prison and moved in with her parents. Now moving to a summary of the documentary, Sherry Papini, Caught in the Lie. The documentary covered the basics of Sherry's story. She went missing, then showed up 22 days later with a bizarre kidnapping story.
Why would anyone make a documentary about this dumb attention-seeking bitch? Just let her fucking rot and just be a nobody.
Sherry viewed the documentary as her opportunity to tell the truth, at least according to her. She participated in several interviews and even a reenactment of the alleged kidnapping. Sherry offered a new story about what happened to her. It's worth noting that her story involves accusations against both James and Keith, which the men have denied. Here is Sherry's new version of events. Sherry dated James back in 2003, but there was no alignment in their sexual desires. She left him and married Keith. Sherry did not mention her first husband, David, in the documentary. The marriage to Keith was unhappy. Sherry was dying inside. Keith caught her texting another man and asked her to sign a post-nuptial agreement, which would give him everything if they divorced. Despite signing the agreement, Sherry started an emotional affair with James. This happened right before she lost her job. Sherry stayed at home, and Keith controlled various aspects of her life. For example, he controlled their money and would not allow her to talk to him at night. She felt like a ghost. Despite her unhappy marriage, Sherry wanted to terminate her affair with James. He was supposed to come to Reading, California to say goodbye. On November 2, 2016, when Sherry was jogging near her home, James pulled up in a vehicle. Her cell phone fell to the ground. The last thing Sherry remembered was reaching down to get her phone. She woke up briefly in the vehicle. The next time she woke up, she was chained up in a bedroom in the house occupied by James. He told her he was keeping her safe and that he had people watching her when he was at work.
Was gonna send you more links, but I have been debating religion and on veganism for like 12 hours. So I am burned out. I think I am going to post my outreach footage soon on Instagram though.
Yo fam, they don't...
That sounds exhausting, but thanks for the donation, Axel.
Yo fam, they don't know that G-O-D is about to BRB. These Philistines thought they could flex on me. Big mistake. I just took some pre-workout and finna bring the house down. That's good, fam. Your boy David here, about to yeet this little stone at Goliath and see what happens. Okay, so I told y'all to trust the process, but no, y'all wanted to stay in Egypt stacking bricks. Yo, it's Shadrach. This random dude just showed up. It's getting lit in here.
I got the horses in the back. Horse tack is attached. Hat is matte black. Got the boots that's black to match.
Are those sheep tigers? What the fuck did the AI do here? Yeah, it's like a sheep tiger.
Boots that's black to match.
Day 2 in the tomb.
No Wi-Fi, no snacks. Just kind of waiting for God to respawn me.
You know I'm a daddy's boy. He's got me in this Technicolor drip. Brother's so jelly right now. They're looking a little sus.
I'm supposed to say that God got me pregnant? Yeah, there's no way my parents are buying this story.
I would like to formally apologize to God, the sailors, and this whale. Sorry, dude, I just took a poop over there.
Yeah. Somehow influencers doing it made it worse. Thanks for the donation, Axel.
And Spec King of Proplastine.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. As Gaza faces more than 3 months of a near-total Israeli blockade, activists are heading there now on a ship to deliver humanitarian aid. The boat is called the Madeleine, named after Gaza's first fisherwoman who ran her father's fishing business after he was injured in a 2009 Israeli attack. The Freedom Flotilla Coalition initially planned to sail from Malta last month, but their ship was damaged after it was bombed by drones in international waters. At Sunday's launch of the Madeleine from the Italian port of Catania, actor Liam Cunningham, known for his role in the series Game of Thrones, spoke out in support of the effort.
My name is Liam.
Gay. What a bitch. Wow. Dude, it's weird how there's so many fucking gay bitch actors.
From Ireland. The
No, he's
reason I'm
Irish.
here, as far as I'm concerned, the heart and soul of humanity is in Gaza. For me, this attack, this genocide, is not just on Palestinians, it is on the whole human race.
You know, I thought Irish people were supposed to be, like, all insane drunks who fight each other constantly. Why are there so many, like, gay-ass, loser, cuck bitch Irish who are, like, cucking to Palestine and these, like, Islamic jihadists? Like Ireland is speedrunning, you know, becoming the UK. They're letting in so many Islamic jihadists right now. Like what happened to Ireland? Did you guys stop drinking and fighting? Like, what's going on?
These wonderful, brave people who are setting off on this boat are heroes. And also the people of Gaza, for the last 600 days, are heroes. They are, in my mind, they will always be heroes.
A group of 12 activists are carrying the aid for Gaza, including the Swedish activist Greta Thunberg, who will join us from the Madeleine ship in a minute. She spoke Sunday at the launch.
A month after our latest attempt to go on with this mission, the boat was bombed twice. All evidence suggests Israel. And we are doing this because we have to keep our promise.
Jalen, donate $2. Let me see.
If my girl doesn't like it, then I won't do it. She doesn't control me, I just respect her.
Yeah, those videos are very gay. Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
To the Palestinians to do everything in our power to protest against the genocide and to try to open up a humanitarian corridor.
Since setting sail, passengers on the flotilla have faced many threats, including from U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham, who wrote on X, quote, "Hope Greta and her friends can swim," unquote. The Gaza Freedom Flotilla has
Yeah. Hopefully they can't swim.
also been shadowed by at least one military helicopter and have reported drones circulating the ship. This is Thiago Avila.
Hello, everyone. This is a new alert. We can clearly see a drone right now to our left. It's gaining on us a little bit. Please share this alert. Second alert of
Again, there's absolutely no reason to do any of this other than for self-promotion. They're claiming they're delivering aid to Gaza. There's already aid going to Gaza. Israel secured an aid deal with the U.S. There's no reason for them to do any of this bullshit other than for self-promotion. Like of all times to do it too. Immediately after the USAID deal. There was a 3-month fucking period where there was the aid blockade. Why would you do it now? Like, they're just grifters who are, like, this is all a scam so that they can do this sort of horseshit as a career.
Tonight, the third day of our journey to Gaza to break the siege and create the People's Humanitarian Corridor on board the Medellin. Please share our location. We'll send in the exact coordinates.
In 2010, Israel conducted a deadly raid on another Gaza-bound aid ship, the Mavi Marmara. Israeli commandos stormed the boat in international waters, killing 9 people. A 10th died after 4 years in a coma. For more, we're joined from the international waters by Greta Thunberg, the internationally renowned Swedish climate activist known for inspiring the global youth climate strike. In 2019, she received the Right Livelihood Award. She's also been nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. Greta is speaking to us aboard the Gaza Freedom Flotilla's vessel Madeleine, which is on this voyage from Sicily to Gaza, again carrying life-saving aid in an attempt to break Israel's siege of the Gaza Strip. Greta, it's really something to see you on that ship right now. Can you tell us why you're taking this journey, extremely dangerous, and how you're planning to challenge the Israeli blockade?
CDG Donny Tillers. Hey, Richard, how's it going? When can we get a new workout series? I just bought the new camera. Unfortunately, the lens that I'm using on this camera is broken. It doesn't really work on the new camera. It randomly starts buzzing, and the autofocus. The autofocus technically works when it buzzes, but it's not good. It makes a really loud noise. So, I had to order a new fucking lens. That was $1,200 fucking dollars. And what's annoying too is the, yeah, this fucking thing. What's annoying too is there's no camera stores anywhere that actually have it in stock in store, so I had to order it online, and I have no idea when it's actually going to show up. I still haven't gotten any tracking details yet. According to Henry's, they said they had it in stock. It's not, like, on order, so hopefully in the next... like week at least, or a few days preferably, it'll be here. And I also needed to order some more batteries for the camera too, and again, for whatever fucking reason, the only reasonably priced batteries that you can get are on Amazon. Everywhere else is overpriced. I guess it's because it's Sony branded or whatever, and they charge like literally 5 times more. So you can't get like 1-day Prime shipping. I have to wait at least a week to get the batteries in. So... yeah, I'm waiting on a bunch of stuff to actually be able to film vlogs. I missed the Bigger by the Day bench series. Can you make like a new goal and make a series for it? And here's another $2 to go towards your recent purchase of the camera. Glad to see you. Well, thank you, CDG.
Jesus H fucking niggering faggoting cunting Christ. What the fuck is wrong with these goofy wannabe make-believe roleplay revolutionary Jew-hating Nazis? We are living in such a fucking weird ass timeline, bro. I'm dumbfounded.
Well, I mean, there's retards in every decade. It never really changes. It's just now with social media, you know, any tard can really, you know, become famous. Thanks for the donation, though, Nipple Clamps. Dodo donated $2. What are you eating? I've got a big bowl of grapes and cherries, and I'm also eating some sugar-free cola gummies that are sweetened with monk fruit. Let me see these links. I mean, that probably tastes good. Well, I didn't get the DJI Osmo because it's harder to shoot with. So if I'm going to be making workout videos all the time, especially, not just like vlogs where I'm talking into the camera like a fucking jackass wandering around, it's way more difficult to film with because the monitor screen is smaller and the subject tracking is worse than if I were to either just use the Sony camera on its own or if I get the DJI RS4 Mini.
Recently, the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that the Russian-Ukraine war is a proxy war between nuclear powers and needs to be ended. And meanwhile, the United States is selling more arms to this region and setting up more military bases in the Philippines. So, if the proxy war in Europe needs to be ended, are you concerned that a proxy war in Asia might be launched? Thank you.
Now, to our Chinese interlocutors, I shall address you collectively. And thank you for the propaganda spills disguised as questions. The fact that the question was asked in the way it deficit of trust in China's words vis-a-vis its actions. I just look back to 1995 on a place called Mischief Reef. There were few bamboo structures said that these were temporary havens for fisherfolk. Now you have an artificial military island, heavily militarized. China says that it has peaceful intentions. Why does it continue to deny the Philippines its rightful?
Yeah. Thanks, Trump. No black person should be supporting Palestine, blah, blah, blah. To your point, I'll bet fewer than 0.01% of American high school and college students have ever seen these pictures of Arab Islamists in Libya terrorizing and selling back black African slaves. Yep. They even call black people in Gaza slaves as like a racist joke. Trump announces he just got off a 75-minute call with Putin. President Putin did say, and very strongly, that he will have to respond to the recent attack on the airfields. Call lasted 1 hour, 15 minutes to discuss the attack of Russia's docked airplanes by Ukraine and also various other attacks that have been taking place by both sides. It was a good conversation, but not a conversation that will lead to immediate peace. President Putin did say and very strongly that he will have to respond to the recent attack on airfields. We also discussed Iran and the fact that time is running out on Iran's decision pertaining to nuclear weapons, which must be made quickly. Stated to President Putin that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and on this I believe that we are in agreement. President Putin suggested that he'll participate in the discussions with Iran and that he could perhaps be helpful in getting this brought to a rapid conclusion. It's my opinion that Iran has been slow-walking their decision on this very important matter. We'll need a Dude, I can't stand Trump. He's just a fucking cocksucker.
Уровне. Но как же проводить в этих условиях подобные встречи? О чем говорить? Кто вообще ведет переговоры с теми, кто делает ставку на террор, с террористами?
Yeah, he's calling Ukraine terrorists when they took out military targets, but they're literally bombing civilians.
И за что их поощрять, предоставляя передышку в боевых действиях, которая будет использована для накачки режима западным оружием, для продолжения насильственной мобилизации и подготовки других террористических актов, подобных тем, которые были осуществлены в Брянской и Курской областях. Уровне.
Well, fuck Putin, little bitch. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Yes, Greta, how I got news for you. No, I'm on of how dare you will get Hamas to stop stalking you.
Yeah, that's true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. CDG donators, hey VG, also, would it be too much to ask for you to take some bussy pics for us on the new cam as well? Thanks. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be doing that, but thanks for the donation, CDG. CDG donated $2. How much did the batteries cost? Well, if you get the Sony batteries, they're $120 each. If you get the knockoff batteries, you can get 3 batteries plus the charger for like $95. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
I know the Christian nut jobs were right. We are living in the fucking last days.
I don't think it's that bad, but it's pretty bad. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Did you ask Dodo if you could spend his money on this expensive camera equipment? Also imagine a Greta Thunberg blowjob. Her spit probably smells like almonds. Greta Thunberg blowjob, Greta Thunberg blowjob, Greta Thunberg blowjob, Greta Thunberg blowjob giggle.
No, I didn't ask. I assumed Dodo would be fine with it. Thanks for the donation, Gigliardo. Jalen donates, you claim you like being single, but this...
If you're single, you're either 1, talking to someone, 2, stuck on an ex, 3, chasing someone who doesn't even want you, or 4, ignoring someone who wants you.
Can you stop sending me videos of that guy? Like, his face makes me literally want to just commit mass murder. And that's before he even opens his stupid fucking mouth. I genuinely cannot stand that person. Thanks for the donation though, Jalen.
Oh my god, Plastine owns black slaves. How can any sane SJW defund them?
They can't really, so they kind of never talk about it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Ben Boy donated $2. Thoughts on the song? Well, in terms of whether, like, the song is good, it's not. I can't even understand what the fuck this person's saying. The Palestinians are not the same thing as the Rebel Alliance, jackass. I'm assuming... has something to do with Palestinians not being very good. But yeah, that's not good. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
I talked to a Ukrainian yesterday who was ducking joining the fight in Ukraine, and he said he'd only go vegan if we make exploitation illegal. Made me think that we should just start making a military to literally fight for the animals. Thoughts?
If that were possible, then yeah, I'd be in favor of it. That would be great. Thanks for the donation, Axel. CDG donate tellers, the troll donations aren't me anyway. Here's more money to help with your recent purchases. Well, thanks for the donation, CDG. Appreciate that. Would I smash Greta? No. I don't know if she's literally, like, retarded. Because I know she has autism. So even if I was attracted to her, which I'm not, I still think she looks, like, underage. I don't know if she has, like, the cognitive capacity of, like, a 12-year-old or something. So, yeah, she looks like she could be underage, which I'm not into. And then on top of that, like, she's also probably retarded. Jalen Donatello's on, man. I was planning to show you vids of that guy until he said something you liked. Okay, thanks for the donation, Jalen.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Yeah, as you said, we are doing this mission following 1 month.
Hexacorn, do I need to fucking ban you for being a retard? When Israel bombs civilians, it's to fulfill a military objective. So Hamas embeds itself in civilian infrastructure, and you're going to have to kill a certain amount of civilians in order to take out Hamas or whatever infrastructure they have, like the terror tunnels. When Russia bombs civilians, they are just deliberately targeting civilians. They're bombing civilian areas that have absolutely no military infrastructure, no military combatants, and has absolutely no military goal whatsoever. There's literally a video footage of them bombing a children's hospital. So, do I have to ban you, or are you going to shut your fucking mouth and apologize? Yeah, if you don't take back what you said, I'm banning you. You have, like, 1 minute.
After our last attempt, both Conscience was bombed and disabled. So that's why we are trying again, because we cannot afford to give up. There is simply too much at stake. And in times of injustice, as we are seeing now, the genocide and blockade happening, we have to do everything we can to demand an end to these atrocities and war crimes committed by Israel. And for me personally, I happen to have a platform for some reason, and then it is my moral obligation to use that platform. And if my presence on this boat can make a difference, if that can show in any way that the world has not forgotten about Palestine, and to try.
Hopefully, she gets, like, blown up by a Houthi terrorist or something.
Once again to attempt to break the siege and open up a humanitarian corridor and deliver the extremely needed humanitarian aid, then that is a risk I'm willing to take.
Again, this is after the U.S. just supplied aid.
And it's something that we just simply have to do. We cannot just sit around and do nothing and watch this live stream genocide unfold in front of our very eyes. So we are doing this because we are human beings who care about justice. And when our complicit governments fail to step up,
CDG, donate tellers, Hexacorn didn't say sorry, it's been a minute, Richard. They did take back what they said. So, they avoid the ban hammer today. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
it falls on us, unfortunately, to do so.
And Greta, could you talk about how you see the issue of Palestinian freedom connecting to or intersecting with the issue that you're best known for, which is climate change activism?
Yeah, for me, there's no way of distinguishing the two. We cannot have climate justice without social justice. The reason
This is just horrifically retarded. Like, no shit, a dumb autistic bitch would say this nonsense.
why I am a climate activist is not because I want to protect trees. I'm a climate activist because I care about human and planetary well-being, and those are extremely interlinked. For example, when we see the genocide in Gaza, of course, there are some very obvious links that ecocide, environmental destruction.
But he insulted thy highness, me lord. Should the peasantry be able to talk to thee like that, me lord? Surely he needs a punishment.
I'll just beat them up at a veg fest. How about that? Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Is a very common method used in war and to oppress people. But also, it should be much simpler than that. No matter what the cause of the suffering is, whether that is CO2, whether that is bombs, whether that is state repression or other forms of violence, we have to stand up against that source of suffering.
So, is she, like, ideologically opposed to volcanoes? If there was, like, a volcano that were to erupt, like Mount St. Helens or something, she would, like, literally consider the volcano a source of evil because it's releasing CO2?
Immortistic myself, and even I think she's dumb.
Yeah, she's stupid as fuck, dude. Like, it's not just autism, like, she's fucking retarded. Like, autism is needing, like, your sandwich to be cut in a very specific way. Like, you know, if somebody makes you a sandwich and they cut it horizontally rather than at an angle, like you can't eat it, that's autism. This is just fucking retarded. Like, she's just fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Ugh.
Imagine you're having sex with Greta. Getting blowjob I'm gonna blow. Comes all over her face, Greta. How dare you?
Yes, how dare you. Well, thanks for the donation, CDG.
And if we pretend to care about the environment, if we pretend to care about the climate and our children's future without seeing and acknowledging and fighting against the suffering of all marginalized people today, then that is an extremely racist approach to justice that excludes the majority of the world's population.
Yeah, speaking of racism, you realize Palestinians idolize Hitler, right?
And how? What is the mood aboard the ship? You have participants from Brazil, France, Germany, Spain, and you yourself are Swedish. What's the mood there?
The mood on board the ship is, I would say, that our spirits are very high and we are very determined to continue. So far, we have won over one of the major predicted obstacles, which is to be stuck in port due to the bureaucratic warfare that has been very strong, especially in the past. And the fact that we have gotten over that and that we are out sailing.
Bureaucratic warfare, you say? Having to submit documents is not warfare. You're just a bitch.
Now, and that we have gotten quite a far bit is already a victory in itself. Of course, this mission includes many risks, and we have done many risk assessments. But of course, we deem the risk of silence and the risk of inaction to be so much more deadly than this mission.
Yeah, so how much are you getting paid to do this? Like, this is a career for her. She's an adult. I don't know if she still lives with her parents or something, or has, like, some retard care for her. Like, but this is clearly a fucking career that she has. So I'd love to know how much money she's getting out of this. Who from? Like, is she getting money from fucking Qatar? Because this is just all fucking bullshit. There's absolutely no reason whatsoever for her to do this. None. She is not able to transport any substantial amount of aid to Gaza. Like, that is a small boat. What, they have a few boxes? Like, what are they going to give them? A few, like, granola bars? The U.S. just had an aid deal with Israel. More aid is coming in, and it's more safe and secure so that Hamas can't get access to it. So she's not helping anybody. You can't even make the argument that this is bringing attention to the conflict. This is the most widely reported news story on the fucking planet for the last year and a half. There is no more attention you could bring to this conflict. So the only fucking reason she's doing this is for self-promotion and attention. So I really wish she was forced to disclose her sources of funding. Like, where are you getting the money? Who's giving you the money for this? Who set this up? How much compensation are you getting personally? She's very likely actually getting funding from Qatar. Jacked Up donated $3. Let me see.
Swamp Scum.
Oh, dude, that's fire. It's an IPA. So good.
Are there any, like, normal ones in here or anything?
Dude, get the orange one. The orange one is fire, bro.
Gorilla Pistol Suicide? What the hell does that even taste like?
Dude, that one's good, man. It kind of tastes like pennies a little bit. Like nickels.
No, dude. That's the one that tastes like quarters and urine.
Oh, for fuck's sake. There has to be one normal one in here. Jesus. The diagnosis came through and it's not looking good?
That one's actually pretty weird, I'm not gonna lie.
Dude, no. That's probably the best one, dude. That tastes like teeth enamel. And urine.
Alright. What the hell is Swamp Scum?
Thanks for the donation, Jacked Up.
Today Trump signed another travel ban/restriction. Shitholes, Afghanistan, Burma, Chad, Republic of Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, Yemen, Burundi, Cuba, Laos, Sierra Leone, Togo, Turkmenistan, and Venezuela. Based.
Yeah, pretty much. He's got the right idea there. Thanks for the donation, McRalphie.
Mission, of course. And we are 12 peaceful volunteers who are not carrying weapons. We are carrying food, medical supplies, and sanitary products and other very needed humanitarian aid into Gaza following the blockade. We will meet whatever is thrown at us with non-violence in any scenario. So we are trying to prepare and to maximize our safety and the success of this mission as much as we can.
CDG donators, you may not like Trump, but he's the only one that's anti-immigration of all the retarded psychopaths from those third world countries. I feel like that's really good. Well, yeah. I mean, racism is good for something. He's clearly not doing the shit, like, for the right reasons exactly. Like, he is fundamentally racist. But yeah, at least his racism is good for something, where it's a better idea to ban people from coming, from those countries into your country. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
Greta, as you attempt to bring in baby formula, medical kits, flour, prosthetics for kids with amputations, the Israeli military has threatened to block the Freedom Flotilla. The Israeli army says it's prepared to raid your ship. We know what happened to the Mavi Marmara with the Israeli raid and the killing of 9 activists on board. Ultimately, a 10th died. So are you seeing drones? How are you prepared to deal?
Yeah, we are seeing drones. Last night, there were 2 different moments where there were drones circulating above us.
Dude, wouldn't it be great during this interview? You just hear, and then, like, the boat just blows up. That would be so awesome. Just have, like, some fucking Israeli super missile just blow up the boat while they're talking.
And we have safety procedures that we will use, and we have different scenarios that we are prepared for to try to maximize our safety in a non-violent way.
CDG $20. I don't know if it's really racism that's good or more just good to be anti-third world people, anti-retard culture, because the same races that are raised in first world countries are less likely to be bad, excluding inner city ghettos, of course. Trump racist, though. I mean, like, we've all seen the cultural enrichment, right? Like, everyone who's had to deal with it, like, everyone knows. Yeah, there's shitholes in the world, and shitholes tend to have an abundance of shithole people, and you don't want them there. So it only makes sense to have travel restrictions. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG. Jacked Up donated $3. Imagine if, like, a dog actually looked like that. That is really weird.
supposed to do? Am I supposed to chase after them? How am I going to look after them? I've got no legs. What am I?
All right, thanks for the donation, Jacked Up.
CNN interview Greta, yes, we will bring 20 kilos of rice and banana. We save Palestinian. I'm just doing this for clout and $200, CNN, great. You will save 3 people from being hungry for lunch. Israeli Shalom boom ship sinking. Greta, how dare you?
Yeah. They're literally bringing in enough food for somebody to have lunch. It's just a complete joke, dude. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
So we are trying to do our very best, and it shows quite a bit that peaceful volunteers who are carrying humanitarian aid and necessary for survival is being threatened to be raided, intercepted, or attacked. I think that says quite a lot about the priorities and approaches of Israel right now. But we must also remember that this mission is not about us. It is not about the voyage or the people on board. This mission is about Palestine. It is about the genocide, the occupation, ethnic cleansing, and the other methods of war and oppression that are being used by Israel against the Palestinians. And we do not only need humanitarian aid to be let into Gaza, we do not only need a ceasefire, we need an end to the occupation.
Can we ban hexacorn just for being a faggot, lol?
Maybe next time. Thanks for the donation, CDG. You know, I wish I could have my own news network, because I'd just love to ask Greta, what do you think of, like, the idea that you're both retarded and gay? Like, this is just so stupid. It's all the TikTok fucking buzzwords. Over and over and over again. Like, she doesn't know fucking jack shit. And I don't know why the fuck they're not asking her, like, you know, basic questions that are remotely critical. Like, you know, the US is actually supplying aid to Gaza, and they brought in like 20 billion kilos of fucking food. So how much food are you bringing? Do you think that's gonna help somebody, like, eat lunch for a day? Is any of that, like, what you're doing worth it, considering there's ample aid going to Gaza? Like, just basic questions that are remotely fucking critical. Or, like, you know, there's clearly an issue with terrorists funneling weapons into Gaza, supplying Hamas. Do you think maybe there's a reason there's an Israel blockade right now, and you're only causing more fucking problems in the region, where now you're diverting military resources that Israel could be using for something more productive? You could end up causing a dangerous situation for yourself and others for no fucking benefit. Like, they're not even being remotely critical. They're just letting her spew retarded nonsense that she got from fucking TikTok.
Yes, it's about Palestine. That's why I need to be on the news 24/7 for doing nothing and attention seeking by taking a small boat across the ocean, unnecessarily taking risk of dying. Totes. Greta could just donate millions if she actually wanted to help.
Well, that doesn't... Like, again, it's all part of her grift, right? So... you don't get attention and money by doing that. How are you going to get the, you know, oil money from Qatar if you don't do this horse shit, right? She could have set up some sort of charity thing where she raised money. But then, she's not going to get the money from Qatar. So yeah, I can guarantee you, this isn't just like dumb bitch wanting attention and just doing this. Like, guaranteed she is getting a substantial amount of money from some kind of source like Qatar to go through all of this fucking trouble. She's getting paid. None of this has to do with any sort of genuine interest in this sort of activism. She's getting paid by somebody, probably Qatar. Thanks for the donation though, CDG.
Me when VG still doesn't upload China video.
Well, I'm sorry you're so upset. Thanks for the donation, Venom 2 million.
Dad just posted.
That's good. Ew. Gross. Okay, well, I'm not showing that on screen. That's dude's butt. But thanks for the donation, Jacked Up.
Occupation. Do you plan to break the military blockade around Gaza?
Sorry, what did you say?
How do you plan to break the military blockade around Gaza?
We are planning to continue sailing until we cannot sail anymore. It is very difficult to predict what scenario it will be, but as far as we know, we are planning to continue.
Oh! So now it comes out. So they're admitting, yeah, we're probably never going to be able to bring any aid into Gaza, so we're literally just wasting our time for mere self-promotion. She could have set up some sort of fundraiser to actually raise money so that actual aid could get into Gaza, but this entire time they're just filling up a boat with like a bunch of crackers and some granola bars that a few people can have for fucking lunch. All for nothing because they know they're going to get intercepted by the Israeli military. Like, how does anyone buy this nonsense? Like, fuck you.
I just wonder what her last words in her last interview will be just before Hamas strikes her dead.
I don't know. Hopefully it's something meme-worthy. Don't know if she knows what skibbity toilet is, but that'd be hilarious if her last words were skibbity. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Does tofu retain estrogen content after pan-fried? Estrogen from soy legit blocked my breast tissue from growing further. I think the bitos compete with my local estrogen. Should I eat it raw or is pan-fried enough?
Yes, soy still has phytoestrogens in it, even if you pan fry it. So, yeah, it's fine cooking tofu. Thanks for the donation, Klingon.
How do you plan to actually carry out your plan? No. We didn't think that far. Oops. Gets to the border where Gaza is. Hey guys, sorry, we have food right here. Can we just throw it into the ocean and you come swim out and get it? Hey, oh my god, derp.
Yes. We know that the Israel military is probably going to stop us. That's why we have flotation devices on our box of crackers, so that The crackers will stay above the water and the Gazans can go out and swim into the ocean to get the crackers we have. Israel military will never stop us. Free Palestine. Like, these people are the most selfish fucking cunts on the goddamn planet. Like, it's absolute, like, there's just something especially horrible, you know, when people try to act as though they care about some sort of cause, but it's nothing but just cynical self-promotion or self-indulgence. Like, if somebody just told you, I literally could not give two fucking shits about anybody in Gaza, they can starve to death, don't give a fuck. I'd rather that sort of attitude than this fucking bitch, like, acting as though, I want to stop the genocide. That's why I have 3 boxes of crackers in this boat. Like, it is shameless self-promotion. Again, with her sort of outreach, she probably could have easily raised at least $1 million, you know, and actually gotten aid into Gaza, like a substantial amount. But no, they take out a boat that can hold like 3 boxes of fucking crackers on it, knowing they're never going to be able to reach Gaza, and Israel's just going to intercept them and, like, arrest them, and then no aid is even going to come in. Like, they're just all selfish fucking cunts. All of these pro-Palestinian dipshits. It is all for self-promotion and Jew hatred. That's all it's about. None of them could even give 2 fucking shits.
Could you draw you putting a non-vegan of your choice, through guillotine beheading them with a cow, chicken, lamb, and pig as the audience?
I suppose I could do that. Thanks for the donation, Axel.
Breaking new 300 Palestinian drowned swimming out to sea to get food. Greta, at least we tried, right geese? Her Greta flies back on a private jet eating caviar and champagne while flying over Gaza Strip to Qatar to get her paycheck.
Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me if something like that's going on. I think she really should be investigated by, like, the FBI or something, because it's just very strange. Like, there's almost no fucking way in hell, you know, almost no way in hell she's not getting money from Qatar or something. Not googly-eyed enough. There, that's better. I'm drawing Frank Tufano.
Regardless of her raising money, I'm sure she's wealthy from all of her crap over the years. She's not even willing to donate any of her personal money for the cause. She doesn't give a shit. Think about it. She can't even spare $100 for it.
Well, yeah. She's just a selfish turd. Yeah, if she actually cared, again, she would have just started some actual fundraiser for this crap. But of course, that would actually be productive. So she's not interested in actually being productive. She just wants to, make quick cash from whoever will give her money, like fucking Qatar or whatever. Who the fuck knows? Some Islamic State bullshit. But thanks for the donation, dude. Yeah, I really wonder what her net worth is. Fucking insane. What is it? Cow, chicken, lamb, pig. RV donated tellers, weren't you singing Greta's in 2022 when she roasted Andrew Tate and got him arrested? Well, yeah, that was before she, became a pro-pally retard. Like, at least back then, she was just doing the climate change activism stuff and was vegan. That was before all the pro-Palestine bullshit. So I didn't really have an issue with her back then, but now I know she's like an actual retard. Thanks for the donation, though, RV.
I can't stand the hypocrisy. When it comes to women, they cast the ugliest actresses they could find, like Bella Ramsey, but when it comes to men, they cast the accurate ones. Imagine this.
Time for bed. I quick ML.
Solid. Yep.
Time for bed. I quick ML.
Solid. Yep.
I tell you.
Well, yeah. It's, that's just the way it is. That's a cow. Gummy, what the hell are you doing? Chicken. Gummy, get down. Stop jumping on that. Get down, get down, get down. Get down. Drawing things from memory is very hard. Lamb. I don't know, that's closer to a pig. Let's just call that one a pig, I guess. I'll just change the ears. There you go. There's Frank Defano getting guillotined with a pig, cow, chicken, and lamb as the audience.
To continue as we are now.
And what is your message to folks around the world, especially to young people who throughout the advanced countries seem to have much more?
She was never vegan, just plant-based. She wore a wool jacket for a photo shoot, and worse. PETA told activists not to go after her or criticize her. Oh my god. Well, what do you know? What a horrible, horrible, pathetic person.
Or interest and dedication to ending the war in Gaza?
My message is that right now international law is failing us. International institutions, our governments are failing us. Media, our companies are all failing us. Or failing us is a diplomatic way of saying that our system seems to be designed in a way that is built upon exploitation and oppression of people. And so there's no one to turn to. There's no one we can turn to rescue the situation. But it falls on us to step up, to continue flooding the streets, to continue organizing, boycotting, to speak up on all platforms, to try to send a clear message that we will not stand for what is happening right now.
According to Al Jazeera, Greta, they're saying, according to flight radar, which tracks aircraft movements, an Israel-made Hellenic Coast Guard drone, IAI Heron UAV, hovered over the Madeleine ship. The drone's deployment was confirmed by the Greek Ministry of Defense. We're speaking to you from the United States, where the South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham wrote on X, "Hope Greta and her friends can swim." Your response?
Yeah, Lindsey Graham's based.
We can swim very well. It says a lot about their priorities that.
I wonder if that's a sign she might actually drown to death.
In the face of genocide and systematic starvation of 2 million people, lawmakers, elected officials whose responsibility it should be to serve the people, and we see you.
All right, well, dumb bitch is dumb. We already knew that. Wes Watson, assets being seized by government.
Defendant has not filed any paper in this action, and the deadline for defendant Wesley Watson to respond has passed. Plaintiff has included a form for clerk's default to this motion. Wherefore, plaintiff respectfully moves the entry of the clerk's default against defendant Wesley Watson. So yesterday, hopefully you guys have seen the video that I put out showing you how the 7-foot monster is coming after Wes Watson, that piece of shit, his butt buddies, and that fucked up Jim with the smiley worker. How he's coming after them to take everything that they fucking own in a civil suit, right? Well, just one day later, today, you're not gonna believe what I'm gonna show you. I mean, listen. If you're a smart person, let me ask you this question in life first. If you're a smart person, right, you got a big civil case coming, you got a criminal case coming, right? And there's millions of dollars involved here, right? Serious shit going on. A person, you get served, in the mail, email, even the person comes to your house. In this case, they came right to Wes Watson's door, the lady. She saw his 5-foot ass, right? And she served him the papers. Normally, you respond to it. You go to court, you get a lawyer, you do those things, right? Because you don't want to lose your ass. You can't go in default, right? Wes Watson, of course, he's so smart. He didn't respond to any of it. And now, what's going to happen to him? The judge just did it to him.
He's like Frank Defano. Yeah, when Frank Defano gets sued, he literally does nothing, and then he loses by default judgment, and then he freaks out, acts like a fucking baby, and then says everyone's out to get him and it's some conspiracy.
Today, she put a judgment on his ass for default. And you know what that means? They're coming for everything, because that means the plaintiff, which is the 7-foot monster, he already won. Wait until I show you all this shit.
What you guys would call broke, if I was, would still be richer than all you motherfuckers. Like, I don't go broke. I wasn't even broke in prison. Like, I would just have to, if it ever happened, I would change my lifestyle a little bit.
He was living at his girlfriend's parents' house after he got out of prison, I think.
Be back up in 6 fucking months.
So now, let me show you how stupid this fuck is. So this document you're seeing right here is the team of the 7-foot monster sending it to the court saying, hey, listen, this asshole, we went to his house, we sent him shit in the mail, we emailed it to him, and he's ignoring us. So they're requesting a default judgment. And I highlighted some things here. Let me go over it. March 26th, plaintiff complaint was filed. On April 9th, 2025, plaintiff served defendant Wesley Watson with the complaint. Remember, that's when the lady, she went to his house, she knocked on the door, he opened it up. She saw he's a 5'8" nothing, and served his ass. Then, on May 15th, 2025, plaintiff filed a motion for clerk's default. That's because he wasn't responding to anything, all right? Defendant Wesley Watson has not answered plaintiff's complaint, nor has the defendant otherwise responded, appeared, or defended this action. Defendant has not filed any paper in this action, and the deadline for defendant Wesley Watson to respond has passed. Plaintiff has included a form for clerk's default to this motion. Wherefore, plaintiff respectfully moves the entry of the clerk's default against defendant Wesley Watson. So that's the notice that they sent to the court. They said, listen, this asshole's not responding. We want a default in our favor. So now, let me show you the default that was just signed today. If you guys take a look here, it says June 4th, and it says, a default is hereby entered in this action against the defendant Wesley Watson. What a stupid fucker. Named in the foregoing motion for failure to serve or file any paper as required by law. So this means the judge just gave the plaintiffs a default judgment, and this asshole loses the case without even going to court.
CDG donate tellers, hey, I do flat barbell bench for chest and dumbbell flies with dumbbells. I think these both work very well for me. My chest has grown well. Would including an incline bench add any additional results? What about dips? Thanks. The vast majority of your chest growth is going to come from just horizontal pressing or flat pressing. You may find a benefit to doing incline press, but your clavicular pec is a very, very small muscle, and it's probably going to get hit pretty adequately anyway if you're doing shoulder or overhead pressing movements. But it's usually just worth including anyway, because, you know, why not? Dips are also a good movement. The benefit with dips is you can get a longer range of motion and a deeper stretch. And you can heavily weight them as well. So dips are definitely a good alternative to just flat pressing. Thanks for the donation though, CDG. Appreciate it.
So now there's going to probably be another hearing. And how are they going to get the money that they're requesting? They're going to go after his wages, bank accounts, anything that he owns, right? He's fucked this asshole. So you would think about it like, I can't think of a reason at all as...
If he's seeking damages, kind of depends what the damages amount to, but usually there's a trial to establish whether or not you're guilty, and then there's a separate trial to establish damages. That's at least if you're talking about like large claims. So if it's just a small claims court, where it's like under 5,000 that you're asking for, default judgment would probably not require separate trial to determine damages. But if this guy's asking for a substantial amount of money in a civil lawsuit, there's probably a separate trial. It's just that default judgment was granted with regards to whether or not Wes was actually civilly liable.
As to why he wouldn't even bother responding. I was thinking at first, I was like, you know, maybe he didn't want to go to court because in civil court, they're going to start showing all his assets, what he owns, what he doesn't own. Maybe he doesn't want to be embarrassed when all that stuff shows out in public. But I still can't understand to not respond at all to this. So I spoke about this before. You know, this is not a funny story to me. This is a sad story. This is a man with one big fucking mouth, but he could have used that big mouth for good. Instead, he used it to scam, causing massive hate online and trolls to harass the shit out of his life. And in the end, because he's trying to keep up with this tough guy image, which we know he's very weak inside, even the way this incident went down with his friends and weapons, he couldn't handle it like a man would, right? He handled it in a way that we're seeing now destroyed his life. Not only is he gonna lose everything, because it's a default judgment now, right? So all his money is gonna be fucked. But prison, he has criminal case coming up. So this is a man that let every...
Some motherfucker said that it didn't hurt the chicken to lay an egg every day. Not that it truly matters, but is that true? Imagine it still causes discomfort if the eggs are enlarged.
Well, chickens are selectively bred to produce way more eggs than they should, which results in diseases from, you know, that sort of condition. They can get egg binding, osteoporosis, stuff like that. Thanks for the donation, though, Axel.
Everything get to him. All the hate, all the trolls online trying to show this tough guy image that he never was. And in the end, he let it destroy his fucking life.
I won't ever tap. I don't care if I have 10 billion trolls. I don't care if everybody on the planet hated me. I would still show up online. It's just, I can't quit. How the fuck do you guys quit? How are you so low in your own view of self that you actually let people see you quit? So it's actually very high frequency. It's an act of self-love. When people actually engage in negativity towards you and you punk the shit out of them, it is a form of self-love. It is very high frequency. I always say something back, and I always pat myself on the back, and so does God too. He goes, oh, you motherfucker, you don't let nobody slide. I love you. You ain't gonna let them slide on that bullshit. All these pussies out here, put them in their place, Wes. Put them in their fucking place. That's what God tells me every day. And guess what? I'm gonna do it every day. I would do it for free. I love it. Question for Angie. Do you enjoy a little West 2-inch weenie? Yes, because it's not 2 inches, but awesome. You guys can use this for some shit. You guys can use it for what? Just keep making me famous. I'm gonna drop an OnlyFans with my huge dick on it so that you guys can just buy it and all these dudes can be like, oh shit, it's not really 2 inches. And you guys would buy it. That's the crazy thing. Grown men talking about other grown men's dicks. It's so weird. Like, literally, like, it's the craziest thing. I love it. I love the 5'8". I love the small dick shit. It's so fucking awesome.
Guys, thanks for watching. Please hit like on my video.
This guy's taking, like, insane L's. For no reason, challenges a bunch of people to fights. Somebody actually shows up. And then he commits assault and battery. He's probably looking at, like, a few-year sentence, because of that. Then he's getting civilly sued, and it looks like it's for a good chunk of money, and he just lost by default judgment. And then the cherry on top, he accidentally leaks his own nude online showing a small weenie. Like, what a fucking idiot.
Excess of $50,000 together with interest and costs. Count 3. This is battery on Wes Watson. This one, $50,000. Another count against Watson. And this is going to be the same thing. Damages in excess of $50,000. Another one, excess of $50,000. And count 6, another battery by Wes Watson. And that's another $50,000. We've all been wondering, what happened to the 7-foot monster? We haven't heard anything about him since that event at Elevation Fitness Gym.
CDG Donny Tellers, don't you mean the cherries on top, since his balls shrunk so much they're probably above his dick at this point? Yes, that's what I meant. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
In Miami, when Wes Watson and his gang of butt buddies ran the train on the poor guy, gang banged him while he was down, brutally beat, and couldn't defend himself. But we haven't heard anything since that time, right? Is he okay? What is he doing? Is there a case going on, And now I found out he's been busy putting together a civil case against Wes Watson, that loudmouth piece of shit, to sue the living shit out of him and take every penny.
Like me defending myself, even have to fucking sit here right now. You know how pissed off I am that I get attacked in the fucking gym and this is fucking happening? And I'm sitting here like I'm in fucking trouble. I'm leaving. Stop fucking lying, all of you. Straight up. Why? Why?
But, Wes should have learned too. You guys saw him, right after the case. He's going around bragging and proud of what happened. And that's going to end up costing him even more money in this case, as you guys are going to.
Ben Boy Donny Tellers, is college worth it if you are bad at math and academics? I don't know what the fuck you mean by that. Like, you have to be able to pass. On top of that, I don't even know what I want to do, but it seems like you need some sort of skill to make money in life. It's fucking bullshit. I want to start a YouTube channel or something. What should I do? I would say you should probably go into trade school. Plumbing and electricals is pretty much guaranteed cash. You also don't need to be particularly good at math, and you're, again, like, guaranteed a job. And your job is also probably going to be secure for many, many years because we're probably not going to have worker robots for a while. So I would recommend learning a trade. Just judging by your comment, you don't seem to have the right kind of attitude for somebody who's thinking of starting a YouTube channel. You seem like you have no fucking idea what you want to do, and you don't seem particularly motivated. And that is definitely not good qualities if you want to actually make money on social media. You might have retards. Well, he's not really retarded, but like I Show Speed. I Show Speed is not retarded. He acts like a retard, but he knows exactly what he's doing. He knew what he needed to do to get attention on YouTube. He very much understood the kind of audience that he wanted to have. And he's also clearly a very motivated individual who is willing to actually put in work and upload frequently. If you have no idea what you want to do and you're like, I don't know if I should go to school, I don't know how to make money, I was thinking of making a YouTube channel because it sounds cool, but I don't know what to do or what to make videos on, learn a trade, go to trade school. Again, plumbing and electricals, it's not particularly difficult. I know some people personally who've gotten into those trades. They make good money. You don't really need to invest much money at all to learn those skills, and you can actually make money while getting your degree too. So get into that, and then maybe later on, if you have any kind of idea what you want to do with YouTube channel or some other, whatever other idea you have in mind for a career, you can think about that later. But yeah, just go to trade school if you have no idea what you want to do. Thanks for the donation though, Ben Boy. Dodo donated $2. Does TYT have it wrong here?
Last week, we covered that pretty embarrassing story involving the Democrats deciding to invest $20 million to figure out why the party lost so much support among men in America, especially young men. So,
Democrats are gay. That's why. All they have to do is legalize guns, and then they'd win. That's all they have to fucking do. And they could do a little bit of a better job by being pro deregulation. So there's a lot of bureaucratic nonsense that just doesn't need to exist. If they would just take a critical look at some of the regulations in place, especially with like zoning laws that are causing housing to balloon out of control, people would just vote for them. But they're just a gay party that treats everyone like fucking children. They want to take away all your fun, just regulate fucking everything, and nobody wants it.
The Young Turks are claiming that Piers Morgan owned that pro-Israel TV set.
Probably not.
How many children has Israel killed?
If we go back to the
Can you answer my question?
If you go back to the ratio,
Do you know my?
no, but I can tell you the ratio, even on the basis of Hamas figures.
You can tell me the ratio without. Well, but how do you know if you don't know how many have
I can tell you
died?
the ratio.
Couldn't fucking care less, dude. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo Donators, do you think the world would have less wars and would just be a better place if there was no Islam but all other religions exist, or if the world was entirely atheist? It's a little hard to say. At the very least, I can say with a pretty high degree of certainty, the world would be a better place without Islam. It would be a little harder to argue that the world would be better if, like, all other religions didn't exist. But at the very least, yeah, if Islam didn't exist, the world would be a better place. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
The Speaking with American Men, or SAM project, is actually starting to release some of its findings. They have some initial findings, believe it or not. So they got right to work. And their findings happen to be, in my opinion, some of the most obvious things in the world, which really highlights the significance of how out of touch Democrats are with ordinary people.
The Young Turks are seriously defending Piers Morgan, my god.
Yeah, they're stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
People. And this is the party. This used to be the party of the working class. This used to be.
Ben Boy, you should start a YouTube channel tough firing people in math. By the way, VG, your explanation of how ranging target using mil-dot scopes was wrong. If a target fills up 4 dots does not mean 400 yards. A lot more math involved.
I'm pretty sure you're wrong. But thanks for the donation, Rufus.
Be the party of FDR. Now they can't figure out men, which is amazing. So let's get to the details. So Sam promises investment to study the syntax. That's it. At that point, you already know they're gonna.
Okay, boring.
Gonna see.
I loved it though. That was the best case scenario. Yeah. Yeah. The dog shit out of someone on camera, have the best fucking just brutal fight video of any famous person.
And if you noticed online, he's changed his tone about the material things. Remember how much this asshole loves. He loves the fancy cars, the Bugattis, the Lamborghinis, those Gucci purses he straps around his neck, those Christian Dior lift shoes to make him taller, those watches. He loves material things, but online lately, he's changing his tone, that he doesn't care about it that much anymore. It doesn't mean anything.
Really not tripping on cars that much anymore. I mean, I'm not.
You know why? Because this asshole knows he's gonna lose it all. But that's not it. The 7-foot monster, he's not just going after Wes. He's going after the gym. He's going after the LLC that runs the gym. And the best part, you guys remember that fat pig transsexual version of Freddy Krueger, that asshole who kicked a man while he was down? Well, he's going after him too. Wait until I show you guys all this shit.
Make sure you take a screenshot to see if it's real or fake. 310 grand. Worth more than most of your guys' fucking whole family's life savings. But whatever the fuck. Nobody gives.
I think just spending that kind of money on a fucking watch is just so stupid. It's a watch. Like, the amount of technology in your fucking phone is greater than in any goddamn watch, and most people have only spent, like, what, for an expensive phone, $1,000? That's for, like, an expensive phone? But then people spend $300,000 on a fucking watch, which is, like, practically ancient fucking technology at this point. Like, I just think it's fucking stupid. Even if I had, like, infinite money, I would never spend 300 grand on a fucking watch. Like, that's just ridiculous. Just dumb. You can find good-looking jewelry or watches, too, that don't cost that fucking much. Like, that's just ridiculous. Dodo donated $2. Trump gave the green light to Putin to attack them. He should have warned Putin against striking civilian targets at the minimum, or said something, but no, Putin said he's going to retaliate, and Trump on his phone call said, okay, and told everyone how strongly Putin said. Yeah, he's Kreznov. He's a Russian spy, and he just lets Putin do whatever the fuck he wants. That is what Trump does. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Gives a fuck about that shit. I don't even give a fuck about that shit no more. I want everybody to really just fucking start killing it in life. And the money doesn't do the shit. I've had money. I've had money for a long fucking... Before prison, I had money. I was miserable with money. I got out.
All right, so first, when you're being sued, you don't have a civil case against you, you get served with a summons at your house to show up at court, right? So I'm going to read you.
I wonder if there's any high-powered laser watches.
How's it going, guys? So in this video I've got some that I think you're gonna like. Some plastic I found, but a lot of you and then this plastic piece actually just
so there's like DIY,
because I actually had no idea what will activate right here for the back panel. So this just fits on right here, and what this allows me to do is actually adjust the focus of the laser for like up close burning, or if I want to have it focus a lot farther away, I can do that as well. So this just really legit.
I absolutely hate online influencers. They've always been fucking annoying. Why in the goddamn hell do you need to add in that stupid fucking music when you're making a fucking video? It's a fucking laser watch. Just burn shit.
Do this first before we go over the case. And this lady, she goes to serve Wes, that asshole, at his house, and look what she says. It's very funny. She says, I, Kim James, do affirm that on the 9th day of April, I individually, personally serve by delivering a true copy of the summons, complaint, and demand for jury trial to Wesley Watson at his address, and inform the person of the contents therein in compliance with state statutes. But this is where it gets funny. Take a look at this. Description of person served. Look over here. You know he's going to be pissed when he sees this. Height, 5'8", weight 200, bald. So this is her description on this asshole when she saw him. So get pissed again, asshole. So now let's take a look at the case. So the first thing is here, this thing's very long and some of it's repetitive. We know some of the shit that's in here, right? And you can pause it on screen if you want to read it in full. But I highlighted something.
The history of watches and their internal workings all made by hand. If you watch the top tech watchmakers, it would knock your butt. Well, I know it takes a lot of skill, like hand-making watches. I know all about that, but like, it's not worth 300,000 fucking dollars, okay? I know handmade watches take a lot of skill. It's very difficult, but like, it's not worth 300 grand. There's no way you can justify charging 300 grand for a fucking watch. Like, you could make toilet paper that's hand woven with the finest fabrics. Like, that doesn't mean a fucking toilet paper roll is gonna cost like $100,000. Okay, I wipe my ass with it. All I need, like, is for something to tell time. My phone does that. Like, 300 grand. Like, watches are really just jewelry at this point. That's all they are. And, like, I get it. Some people want to wear fine jewelry and crap, but 300 grand, like, give me a fucking break. It's, like, that's a house. There's no way, you know? Like, you could buy a house, you could buy a Lamborghini. There's Ferraris that cost that much. Like, a thing on your wrist that tells time, $300K. Give me a fucking break.
Things here that I think are important to show you. And it starts by this: Elevation Fitness LLC, Holdings, Wesley Watson, and Nicholas Dellis, which is the fat pig, and alleges as follows. So that's the complaint. These are the people that are being sued. This is a personal injury action for damages in excess of $50,000. Doesn't show the exact.
CDG Donny Tellers, you didn't even need your phone to tell time. Just look at the sun's position in the sky. Well, it's not exactly accurate.
No, I'm not wrong. I was a designated marksman in Y platoon in the USMC. Here is a short video explaining how to range with a mil-dot scope using mil radians versus using mo a minute of angle. Very interesting.
Okay, I'll take a look at it. Thanks for the donation, Rufus. And thanks for the donation, C2G.
In our last video, we talked about minutes of angle and how to use them at different distances so that we can change the impact of our bullet. But before we could do that, we needed to know the distance to the target. So in this video, we're going to introduce mils and how you can use those mils to estimate the range to the target. And I'm even going to show you how you can use them to hold over or hold left and right on the target to compensate for wind and gravity. Hi, I'm Ryan Kleckner with the National Shooting Sports Foundation. I'm going to take my experience as a sniper team leader and as a sniper instructor and show you what mils are and how to use them. Now, the first thing you need to understand about a mil is it's similar to a minute of angle in that it's an angular measurement. So it's something we're going to do here at the rifle or see at the rifle that'll translate to different sizes at different distances. Well, a mil isn't actually short for military. It's actually short for milliradian, which I hear most people just call and even spell milradian. Now, just like minute of angle, we can take this word and break it down to see what it means for us. A radian is already an angle of measurement. A radian is if you take the radius of a circle, which is the measurement from the center to the outside edge, and if you were to take that measurement and wrap that around the outside edge of the circle, so we'll estimate it's maybe about that long, connect the center back out to that, this angle right there, that's one radian.
What's going on, Gum Gum? Oh, great. Oh, what is this troublesome kitty doing, huh? What is this troublesome kitty up to? You're very troublesome. You know that? You're very troublesome.
One of those units tall. So at 1,000 yards, 1 milliradian is 1 yard tall. But also at 1,000 meters, it's 1 meter tall. Heck, even at 1,000 inches, 1 milliradian is 1 inch tall. It's always a relationship of 1,000th, and that's how it works. Now, because of that relationship, we can actually use this tool quite effectively to figure out how far targets are, depending on how they appear in our scope, big or small. So there's a formula we can use to figure out the distance to the target. What we do is we take the height of the object that we're trying to shoot at, we multiply it by a constant of 1,000, that's from the milliradian being 1,000th. We divide it all by the mils we see in our scope, and we can abbreviate mils with an M with a slash through it, and that's going to give us the distance to the target. Now, an important thing to note about this formula is whatever unit of measurement we use for the height is the same unit of measurement we're going to get for the distance. So if you're measuring the height of the object in yards, you're going to get your distance also in yards. That's important. You can't measure something in feet and expect to get meters on the other end. It's going to be the same with this formula. Well, the next question should be, how do we measure mils? Well, if you have a mil-dot reticle, you can actually look through your scope and use the mils on the reticle and just literally measure how big the object appears. Now, many mil-dot scopes are different, and really they're not mil-dot scopes because not all of them are dots. But that's what we're going to call them for here, because most popular scopes that have mills on them have the dots. So this is what it's going to look like looking through your scope. And if it's a mil-dot scope, it's going to have dots spaced 1 mil apart on the reticle in all directions. Now I said some scopes don't have dots, which means they might have hash marks or tick marks every half mil, every 2 or 3.
Yeah, I think you misunderstood, You misunderstood what I was talking about. There's scopes with,
3 mils.
I forget what the fucking thing is called, but they have quick references where you don't have to do any math. It literally has a estimator on the side that's separate from the mil dots. And it'll tell you like 200 yards, 400 yards, 600 yards, 800 yards, so forth. And if a person fits within, the line, I forget what they're called, but this is something completely different. You just misunderstood me.
The most expensive watch is worth 55 mil. It doesn't even look good. The timepiece is tiny AF. Like, what the fuck is wrong with this world?
I think I've seen this before. This looks something like the Flintstones would wear. Oh my god, that looks terrible. Yeah, that literally looks like a Flintstones watch. Only like, something Fred would get for his wife. Because of the pink. But that's literally like a Flintstones watch. Dude, that's fucking stupid. If I saw a chick wearing that, I'd call her Wilma. Oh my god, that's horrible. Thanks for the donation, Axel.
Them out. I'm going to get there. On about December 29, 2024, the date of the subject incident, plaintiff was an invitee on the premises when attacked and brutally beaten by 4 men on the premises. The 4 men included defendants Watson and Dellis, the tranny, along with 2 other associates of Watson, unnamed assailant 1, which is that dumbbell Joe Son piece of shit, and the unnamed assailant 2, which is that meth head in the body cam footage. He didn't shut the fuck up either. All right, so that's a summary, okay? So this part here about Elevation Fitness, their responsibility in this. Elevation Fitness LLC, therefore making defendant Elevation Fitness LLC liable for the acts of its employees for including but not limited to acts of authorizing, permitting, and or sanctioning violent persons and or members to be present at the gym, knowing their propensity for violence, including using the gym as a location to encourage, promote, and or provoke acts of the violence with the public and perpetrate acts of violence with the public, including plaintiffs. So they're saying basically this gym, they know about this shit. They have them sitting there challenging people. They know about it all, so they're responsible. Okay, now so the next part. On or about December 29th, the date of the subject incident, plaintiff approached defendant Watson in the gym, as he was instructed to do, to talk about posts and messages authored by Watson through social media platforms when the defendant became enraged, angry, and violent and began striking plaintiff with the hard metal buckle on a heavy leather weightlifting belt, using the belt as a dangerous weapon and striking plaintiff multiple times about his body, including his head. At various points, Watson was using racial slurs and called plaintiff the N-word, I'm not going to say it, and threatened to kill plaintiff multiple times. The initial attack and all the subsequent attacks were unjustified. Now, talking about racism stuff, that asshole, I recorded a live that he was on that most people don't have the full one, and he went on a racing rant, and wait until they see this clip. I'll play it for you guys right here.
Pull up, baby girl.
What exercise is the hardest to progress in? It'd have to be overhead press.
Yeah, oh yeah, JoJo. Like, why don't you put some fucking cocoa butter on your head and on your ashy knees? She don't fuck with you, bro. JoJo. You could, I bet you understand what JoJo looks like, you guys. JoJo the monkey, the jumping around monkey man. Like nobody gives a f about people like you, dipshit. Like, monkey JoJo. Yeah, jump around, monkey. Don't give a f. I wish I could fucking literally, I wish I could light up every word on these motherfuckers. Like everything, and not hold anything back.
In this initial attack, Watson attacks plaintiff with dangerous weapon, and another man, an associate of Watson's, unnamed assailant 1, moved in on the plaintiff from behind with a dumbbell with the dangerous weapon in his hand. Unnamed assailant 1 pursued plaintiff and struck plaintiff with the dangerous weapon, a dumbbell, while Dallas was approaching plaintiff from the front. That's the pig when he went to kick him. During the attack, plaintiff could not effectively use his hands or arms to protect his face or head. Dallas kicks plaintiff in the face and is taunting plaintiff while the other 3 men attack and restrain and prevent plaintiff from protecting himself from the repeated punches and kicks. Unnamed assailant 1 and unnamed assailant 2 also taunted plaintiff during the attacks. Watson, in addition to the punches and kicks, was gouging his fingers in the plaintiff's eyes at various times during the attack and attempted to choke or restrict plaintiff's breathing, including when plaintiff was again defenseless and being restrained by the others.
Son Goku, don't need tillers. I'm dining right now, and all the food I'm eating is rice, black beans, avocados, and oats. Do I need any more variety than this? Well, you probably want some green veggies. I would also switch the rice with either potatoes or sweet potatoes. There's a lot more nutrition in potatoes or sweet potatoes. And I also find potatoes to be more filling. Other than that, though, that's probably enough food variety. Are you having protein powder as well, or is that like literally all the food you're eating? Because you'd probably want to make sure you have protein powder and like tofu or something, because like beans are also very high in carbohydrates. Like if you're on a energy restricted diet, it'd be hard to get enough protein in if your only overt protein source is black beans. Thanks for the donation though, Son Goku.
Over the course of the attacks, Watson, Dallas, and unnamed assailants 1 and 2 committed multiple and separate acts of battery, including battery with dangerous weapons. The attack, led by Watson, is so violent and disturbing, it's difficult to watch. Watson and Dallas and the unnamed assailants 1 and 2, especially Watson, are attempting to inflict pain and damage on plaintiff. Watson especially was in a violent and vicious rage with threats to kill, racial slurs, and actions that illustrate a man intent on permanently damaging the plaintiff. It is not an exaggeration to say that the plaintiff could have been killed from the beatings. Watson, he's going to be pissed again, is 5'8" tall, but weighs over 230 pounds and is extremely strong and was aided by 3 other strong and violent men. This attack was 4-on-1, and together they were intent on causing immense harm and damage to the plaintiff. Okay, so now you guys saw a summary of the events, how they're displaying it. Again, you guys can go and pause all these things, right? Elevation Fitness LLC vicariously liable for the negligent acts of its employees for including but not limited to acts of authorizing, permitting, and or sanctioning violent persons and our members to be present at the gym, knowing their propensity for violence, including using the gym as a location to encourage acts of violence with the public and perpetrate acts of violence of the public, including plaintiffs. So they're saying, the gym, they're responsible. They know the shit.
Those are called horoscopes, showing holdovers, but you have to compensate for bullet drop at 100 yards. You should finish that video. It's really cool how you can range targets on heights or widths of target. Peace sign emoji.
I'll watch it on my spare time. But yeah, I know you have to compensate for bullet drop, but there's I can't remember the fucking name, but yeah, it's There are modern scopes that have like quick range estimators. Sig Sauer has the new like super high tech scopes that automatically compensate for bullet drop and I think also windage, and they have automatic range finding. They're not selling them to the public yet, but they say that they are going to have them available for just for sale once their military contract is completed. It's just that the demand for the military is so high that they can't just sell them yet. They don't have a high enough production capacity, but those are fucking amazing. Grantham did a video on them and he said like they're fucking like OP as fuck. Thanks for the donation though, Rufus.
That's going on there, and they're not stopping it. Plaintiff was in actual fear for his life and pleaded multiple times for Watson and the others to stop. The conduct of Watson, Dellis, unnamed assailant 1 and 2, was so reckless or wanting in care that it constituted a conscious disregard or indifference for the life, safety, or rights of plaintiff. Subsequent to the attack, Watson has made statements. This is the part where he was going around, remember, on Little Pump's stream, on the stream with the Jack Doherty bitch. He was bragging about it in other places. Watson has made statements bragging and boasting about the attack, illustrating his callousness.
Kid Boo, don't tell us this Black Queen is based.
Like, if you a struggling guy, you broke. But if you a struggling woman, you strong and independent. Now, if a guy going on double dates and so forth, oh, he's cheating. Now, if a woman going double dates, oh, her options is just open. When a lady break up with a man, oh, she deserved better. But when a man break up, oh, he wasted her time. Huh? When a guy is rude, he's toxic. But when a lady is rude, it's mood swings. Be a plus size guy, they gonna call you fat, Biggie Smalls, all types of shit. Now if you a plus size woman, oh, you just chubby, little chunks. Like, Woman set standards, oh, that's just preference. A man set standards, oh, he's a narcissist. What? Make it make sense. This is some
Well, there's a lot of incredibly selfish, delusional women, and like dudes just end up tolerating all this bullshit and putting up with it because they're so fucking pussy hungry, and then these girls learn to just act that way because they get what they want out of it. But yeah, thanks for the donation though, Kid Boo. What's really important though is Gum Gum. Gum Gum is a beautiful, handsome kitty. He's very annoying sometimes. He's been particularly annoying for the last couple days. He wouldn't let me sleep, and he kept pouncing on me and poking at my face since about 4 in the fucking morning, and he wouldn't stop until I finally got up at 8 o'clock. But I love him. How could you not love this kitty? He can bother me all day and never let me sleep, and I'll still love him because he's such a sweetie. I love my Gum Gum. Look how handsome he is.
For what took place and relishing in the brutal and vicious nature of the group attack on the plaintiff. Watson has made statements included, but not limited to, referring to plaintiff.
I let Gummy go outside in his cat backpack. So I have a cat backpack, and I bring him outside in that.
Getting served, referring to the attack and saying, I loved it. Watson referring to the...
Good job, Gummy. Show who's boss. Now go piss on Richard's sock pile.
I don't think he'd ever piss on my sock pile. But he is weird. Thanks for the donation, CDG. He's doing something weird over there.
Hey, come. Come here, come. Hey, little baby. Oh. Look. There's your chair. There's Gum Gum's chair.
Ugh.
Attack and stating, I got to beat the dog shit out of someone on video. Referring to Dellis and other unnamed assailants, Watson says, dude, where I'm from, they should have kicked his whole face in. And he adds about himself, I have the best fucking just brutal fight video of any famous person. So you guys remember how much this asshole went bragging about it, and we knew it was going to cost him. And now you're going to see how it's going to cost him. So count one. This is against the gym itself, Elevation Fitness, okay? It's going to say here, I'm not going to read this whole thing. It says, plaintiff sues the defendant, Elevation Fitness, for damages in excess of $50,000 together with interest and costs. And it doesn't show the exact amount over 50, but you know it's over. Count two, this is against Elevation Fitness, the LLC company, because I think they own multiple gyms. So this is after the company itself. And it's the same thing. Sues the defendant.
I saw someone walking a car. In Salt Lake City. How do you walk a car? Oh, you mean walking a cat? Why did you say car?
Still leaves? Whoa. Whoa there, buddy.
Yeah, I used to walk Prismo. Gummy's afraid of going outside. I've just been taking him outside in the backpack. Every time I put a leash and harness on him and I try to go outside, he just tries to run back in immediately. I don't know if that's going to change.
Defendant, Elevation Fitness Holdings LLC, for damages of excess of $50,000. Now count three. This is battery on Wes Watson, because he has more than one battery. This one, $50,000 or greater. Okay. Another count against Watson. And this is going to be the same thing. Damages in excess of $50,000 together with interest and costs. Here's count five. Battery, another battery against Wes Watson. Another one. Excess of $50,000. And then count six. Another battery by Wes Watson. And that's another $50,000. And then they left the best for last. That piece of shit who we've all been wondering why that tranny, why he hasn't been charged. Well, count seven, battery by Nicholas Dellis. And him too. They're going to take every poor penny that bitch has because we don't know how much he has. I don't think he has much. He rides a bicycle, that asshole. And here, in excess of $50,000. So this goes over the civil case. And again, you guys can go back and pause in areas you want to because it's just way too long to read. But I know it happens in July. And like I said, this asshole's mouth got him into more trouble. And remember what I said in the beginning. He's going around now saying, material things don't matter. None of that matters. Why is he saying that? Because he's about to lose all of it, this piece of shit.
Like, I don't go broke. I wasn't even broke in prison. Like, I would just have to, if it ever happened.
There's a video by... Yeah, Wes is a bit of a dumbass. Alright. Pierce Morgan, dumb shit.
You are more impressed with Mr. Musk than I am. I think if somebody is making Nazi salutes when someone is so severely addicted to drugs they can't get their shit together to show up to the White House without looking exceptionally high, I don't think that's the right role model for young men.
What you just heard there from Scott is Musk derangement syndrome. It's fair that he has those criticisms, but it doesn't distract or take away from the achievements the man has made so far and will make. That's my opinion.
Elon Musk has left the White House, but not without an extraordinary parting shot at the man he was instrumental in putting there. I'm sorry, but I just can't stand it anymore, he said on his platform X. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. It's a sharp change in tone from their Oval Office farewell on Friday, in which both men defended their unlikely bromance.
Elon has worked tirelessly helping lead the most sweeping and consequential government reform program in generations. And you know the kinds of things that he's found and his people have found. He's brought a group of very smart people. Thank you, Elon.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you. This is a lot. This is not the end of Doge, but really the beginning. My time as a special government employee necessarily had to end. It was a limited time thing. It's 134 days, I believe, which ends in a few days.
So how did Doge do? And is Elon okay? And what about the 6 major businesses he'll now return to running full time? Well, joining me are 2 economic heavyweights, Professor Scott Galloway, host of the Prof G Pod and Pivot, and Kevin O'Leary, the investor and Shark Tank star. Well, welcome to both of you. I can't think of 2 better people, frankly, to debate this. First of all, Kevin, I don't know where you were when that post from Elon dropped yesterday, but it was a bit of a jaw dropper. Here you've got the guy that was instrumental in helping Donald Trump get elected, incredibly publicly supportive of him, and then he goes on his own social media platform and tells 200 million people at the press of a button that Trump's big, beautiful bill, on which he stakes so much of his presidency, is a disgusting abomination. What are your thoughts?
Well, I'm working very closely on this bill as an advocate for small business in America. A lot of people don't realize that 70% of job creations in the U.S. is from small business, 5 to 500 employees. So we care a lot about this bill. There's a lot of things that we need in here, particularly on the tax side of things. But there's a lot in this bill that we don't like. And so I'm an advocate for their voices, and I'm going.
What's going on, Gum Gum? You want to come cuddle? Does Gum Gum want to cuddle? His paws are so fucking huge.
Going to senators and talking to them.
Did you press my keyboard? Oh my god. Oh, you're so handsome. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm so lucky to have this nice kitty. Oh, he is so nice. Oh, you son of a bitch. I barely got any sleep because of this cat. He just kept waking me up. Poking my face, he'd bite me. Just wouldn't fucking stop, dude. I'm so exhausted because this cat wouldn't let me fucking sleep. Yeah, Kevin O'Leary is a fucking scammer. Most of the people on Shark Tank are just complete scammers.
About what's the problem here. But what happened when that bomb dropped, and I think you've given it a good analogy, it was a bomb. It set off a narrative that Ron Johnson has carried forward in the last couple of hours as well. He just put out a chart. And he's not a lightweight. He's one of the votes that they may not get in the Senate if he's not made whole, so to speak. He's pointing at.
Just for context as to what kind of person Kevin O'Leary is.
Wealth, this is according to Oxfam, of the world's 85 richest people is equal to the 3.5 billion poorest people.
It's fantastic. And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say, I want to become one of those people. I'm going to fight hard to get up to the top. This is fantastic news.
That's... Of all the criticisms you could make of Kevin O'Leary, that's just one of the dumbest. He, basically... I don't know if it technically counts as insider trading, but basically he scammed a bunch of people out of money. He invested in some sort of children's educational software, he ended up doing some funny things to artificially inflate the stock value. And then he sold it knowing the value would crash. And then he made a fuck ton of money out of it. So the guy's just a lying sleazebag scammer. Thanks for the donation though, Tyler.
Oh, how will the SJWS possibly try to defend the Gazan people now?
Gazans love Donald Trump. Yet new footage straight from the war zone in Gaza shows crowds of men chanting and cheering Donald Trump and America's name after they received desperately needed aid relief from a US and Israel-backed aid center.
Thank you, America!
The sheer relief of finally having food and supplies was overwhelming for the Gazans, who showed their appreciation to US aid workers. And to add even more desperation to the situation, Daily Wire journalist Cassie Akiva said, "A source at one of the Gaza distribution sites tells me that Hamas set up a roadblock to prevent Gazans from getting aid. They broke through it and were shouting, 'Thank you, America,' upon reaching the site." And the gratitude was felt again with this group.
It's kind of funny how people say they're starving. Like, look at this fat guy dancing here saying Trump, Trump, Trump. Like, well, yeah, I mean, none of these fucking social justice warriors give two fucking shits what people in Gaza actually think. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Out something very simple. This chart's very simple. It simply says pre-pandemic deficits were sub 1 trillion regardless of administration, and all of a sudden post-pandemic they're all over 2 trillion, and that's not sustainable. And it's a good question. There's no question about it. That is a good question. Why is that the case? Now, he may have to get an answer because that's exactly why Elon dropped that bomb. He wants an answer to that question too. And so they're putting a lot of pressure on lawmakers here to go find a way to get this closer to a break-even budget, not a $2 trillion deficit in perpetuity, which is not sustainable. Now, having said all that, I need this bill to pass in terms of all the businesses I've invested in, so I'm pro-bill, but I think we're going to have to deal with Ron Johnson's and Elon's question one way or another. Then there's another attribute that has just started to cause waves in the last 48 hours, and this was a little piece of legislation that was carried forward from 2 years ago that is just a cut and paste that's freaking out a lot of people right now. It provides a provision to the IRS to extend an audit period on small businesses from 3 years to 9 years in the case that they took any government grant money in the employment retention credit. I mean, it was an ERC program that many thousands, hundreds of thousands of businesses used, from $250,000 to $6-7 million in providing for their employees while the pandemic was on. And now they're saying, we're going to hang this audit threat over you, even though, and this is why it's gone crazy right now, the IRS does not have a statute of limitations on fraud. They can investigate anybody they want, but they want this built into the bill that will stop small businesses from being able to finance at the bank level, at the factoring level, or at mergers and acquisitions. This is really, really punitive, and I've gone to war against that, and I haven't found a senator yet, not a Republican anyways, that wants to extend powers to the IRS to audit small business for 10 or almost 9 years, which is ludicrous.
Yeah, it seems ridiculous. Scott, as Kevin was talking there, story has dropped on the New York Times website that the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, the CBO, has said today that the broad Republican bill, the big, beautiful bill to cut taxes and slash some federal programs, would add $2.4 trillion to the already soaring national debt over the next decade. And they're categorizing that as an analysis that was all but certain to inflame concerns that President Trump's domestic agenda would lead to excessive government borrowing. And I think the significance of that, I mean, it's a little bit more than even Kevin was outlining there. The significance, I think, of Elon Musk blowing up in the way he did is it does seem to render almost everything he was trying to achieve with Doge, which in principle seemed to me a terrific idea to try and take a sway through government waste. I mean, you know, who wouldn't be against that? But if you're saving a few $100 billion by doing that.
CDG donators, if I had a mental image that the perimeter of your yard has strips of 3-foot tall grass, lol. If I ever visit Ontario, I should buy you a weed whacker. Yeah, my lawn is overgrown as fuck right now. My lawnmower broke. And I had to get a new one. 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 And I and I don't want to have to buy a new lawnmower, and I've just kind of been letting the grass grow to insane levels. I might bother taking apart the lawnmower tomorrow and see if there's like a blown fuse or something, but it's an electric one that plugs into a socket. It'll spin up for like 10 seconds and then it'll just cut out. So I'll see if I can open it up. If there's a blown fuse or something, I'll see if I can just replace the fuse, but I really don't want to have to buy a new lawnmower. I don't know if they have cheap, shitty gas ones at the local hardware store, but I don't want to have to spend like a few $100 on a fucking lawnmower. It's so gay. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
And at the same time, there's a big, beautiful bill coming in, which he now calls an abomination, which is going to cost $2.4 trillion on top of the existing debt. Then it's pointless, isn't it?
Pierce, thanks for having me. And Kevin, nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about you, but I don't think we've met. Yeah, this is nothing. I would argue that this big, beautiful bill is nothing but probably the...
Maybe I could get a scythe. Wonder how much these are. Yeah, I don't know if that'd be cheaper than a lawnmower.
The biggest transfer of wealth from poor to rich, from young to old, and from the future to the past. Kevin mentioned small businesses like him. I've started and run small business. We're very sensitive to interest rates. And when you get to a point where the interest expense on the deficit is greater than your defense spending, nations go out of business. Nations aren't conquered, they go broke. And this type of fiscal irresponsibility, such that Kevin and I can have a tax cut that removes somewhere between 8 million and 13 million, depending on if you're listening to Republicans or Democrats, from the rolls of Medicaid, and creates this continued bipartisan, irresponsible approach to our fiscal management. Yeah, George Washington to George Bush, 7 trillion in deficits. And since then, we've racked up another 30 trillion. And let's be clear, it's been both Democrats and Republicans. But until at some point there's an adult in the room and we get our fiscal house in order, all we're essentially saying is we want our children to have higher mortgage, credit card, and student loan interest payments and have a more difficult time starting businesses. So I think Kevin and I both agree this is irresponsible. I would argue that Republicans' solution to this recklessness is to cut more funding across the most vulnerable. And yet corporations have their lowest tax burden since 1929. The wealthiest 25 Americans are paying an average tax rate of 6%. And I would also take issue, Kevin, that portraying the IRS as some sort of oppressive army. DOGE wants to cut the IRS by 40 to 50%, which will inhibit our ability to collect taxes that are owed. No one's showing up and harassing anybody. They're collecting, they're supposedly somewhere between
CDG donators, why didn't Jasmine use a scythe? Her Scandinavian ass should know how to do it. Surprised she didn't start yodeling after as well. Well, she's probably too lazy. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Between $200 and $600 billion a year in what's called the tax gap. And these are the taxes that are legally owed that the IRS doesn't have the ability to collect because they are understaffed. For every $1 you invest in the IRS to audit the 0.1% and collect the taxes that are actually owed, you get $27 back. So essentially what the Republicans have done, in my view, is said, we're here to serve the 1% and defenestrate and emasculate our ability to collect taxes on them. And Democrats, the top 1%, pretend to care and clutch their pearls privately in dinner parties while going along with this because they know they're about to get wealthier at the hands of this tax cut. Put another way, the top 5% are going to see a tax decrease. The bottom 95% are going to see a tax increase. And the biggest tax increase is going to be on future generations. They're going to have to pay back these irresponsible deficits.
Studies show that strength training burns more fat than cardio alone and is critical for maintaining muscle mass and bone density as we age. Jacked Up Fit, getjackedup.com to sign up for the free program and use promo code PIERS, P-I-E-R-S, for your discount. That's getjackedup.com.
The IRS, I have no problem with them collecting their taxes. In fact, I don't consider them an enemy at all for small business. I work very hard through many of my companies to make sure they're compliant with the tax code because nobody in a small business can afford to be audited. It's just too difficult, and they don't have lobbyists. They have to just make sure they comply. What I don't want to see happen is a change in policy. Forever, you've kept your records for 36 months, whether you're a big or small business, and that's the way it's been in perpetuity. And it's also been in perpetuity that there is no statute of limitations on investigating fraud. So there's no need for the IRS to put this overhang over businesses that actually hurt, I estimate, their value by 20%. Who's going to give them a loan when they have a multi-million-dollar lien on them through this perpetual audit for 9 years? So that's one issue. But let's go back to this idea of the competition of nations. The reason you want to be in the middle of the G20 and corporate tax rates is tax money doesn't have any loyalty. It's very promiscuous, and so does investment capital. It goes at the path of least resistance. And so if all of a sudden you hike tax rates to where you're in the bottom quartile in terms of productivity and competitiveness, the money just leaves the country. And you don't want that to happen. We don't need the lowest tax rates in America. We need to be in the middle where we sit right now. Just look at a place like Abu Dhabi, where it's 9.
CDG Donatillers, I'll mow your lawn weekly and clean your house if you let me live in your basement. I'm very quiet and clean, Richard. And I have good manners. I also work out so I can spot you. I don't think that's really worth it. But thanks for the donation, CDG. Could you beat Conor McGregor in a fight if you trained for 6 months? Well, at this point, yeah, the guy's a complete fucking drug addict and is out of shape, so yeah.
9% tax rate. That's why billions, if not trillions of dollars from around the world is going there and incorporating there. They're not incorporating in Washington, D.C. or Boston, Massachusetts, because we're nowhere near 9%. So you got to keep that in mind. And also, we can't get away from the fact that small business, 5 to 500 employees, create the majority of the jobs. There is no American economy if there's no small business. There's 70% of job creation. And so you don't want to do anything to hurt their abilities to compete and maintain their staff and grow their businesses. And when you start to mess with corporate tax rates, that's exactly what happens. We don't have a lot of flexibility. Now, I agree. Is there waste in government spending? That was the whole Doge idea. Yes, there is. Elon never found $2 trillion, but he only worked on it for 130 days. But the theme is now embedded in everybody's head, red and blue, that there must be a perpetual audit of government, and the brand is called Doge, and that's okay. But now this bill that is trying to get through, and everybody's taking a shot at it, and I'm one of them as well, this bill has to pass just to protect competitiveness on tax rates. Now, how we get there, this is sausage being made, and Trump is unusual as a president. He doesn't mind keeping the cameras rolling while you see everybody going at each other. That's what he's doing. So you're watching sausage being made, but I think there will be a sausage. Not sure it'll be by the middle of July, but I think it'll happen in August at least. And what it looks like, we don't know right now.
Okay. Scott, just tangentially to all this, part of Elon Musk's anger might be connected to two other things going on with his life. One is the impact of his political activities on his business, particularly Tesla. You've seen a real backlash where he went from being the liberal darling, with people racing out to buy a Tesla to establish their liberal leanings, to being somebody liberals wanted to torch the Teslas because he was MAGA. So you've got that going on and the direct impact on his bottom line, and some initiatives coming in, obviously, at a government level, which are impacting on electric cars, for example. And you've also got a multiple number of reports in newspapers in the last few days about his alleged extensive use of drugs, including ketamine and ecstasy and Adderall. Let's talk about Elon for a moment. You know, he's gone out in a blaze of mayhem with these posts. But if you look at him and his brand, how damaged has he been by the last few months?
Well, it ends up here. So traveling around with your own pillbox of Adderall, ketamine, ecstasy, and mushrooms while cutting off funding for antiretroviral drugs to pregnant women with HIV, such that right now, according to the Associate Professor of Global Affairs, Brooke Nichols, there are 1,500 babies being born HIV positive because of these cuts. It ends up that when the wealthiest man in the world is killing the poorest children in the world, it ends up that's bad for business. And you have European nations that have seen a decline in Tesla sales, anywhere from 20% in France to 65% in Northern European countries. And in the US, sales are down 11%. Right now, Tesla's sales are declining faster than any automobile company in the world. So his brand, the Tesla brand, according to Ipsos, has gone from the 7th most aspirational brand in the world, amongst the likes of Apple and Microsoft and Amazon, to the 95th place. So I think people have decided, I mean, quite frankly, there's distinct to the morality of what estimates are that 300,000 children have died so far because of the cuts to USA. Distinct of that, let's just talk about this economically. You're seeing a brand erosion, the likes of which we've never seen before. And quite frankly, the 75% of Republicans who these programs appeal to more would never consider buying an EV. So just from a straight kind of business standpoint, to go so red pill and to be seen as this cruel and this coarse, distinct of the moral implications, distinct of the reduction in soft power that America enjoys, distinctive our reputation as the good guys being trashed. This is just really bad for business for Tesla.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin, Scott was referencing there an appearance by Bono on Joe Rogan. We've got a clip from that. Then I'll ask you a question off the back of this.
Just recent report. It's not proven, but the surveillance enough suggests 300,000 people have already died from just this cut off, this hard cut of USAID. So there's food rotting in boats, in warehouses.
Now, as he said there, Kevin, Bono, he doesn't know for sure that figure is correct, but there's certainly mounting concern that a lot of people are being directly impacted health-wise, including people who may die as a consequence of these cuts that have been made.
There's no fucking way in hell 300,000 people have died. That's probably a projection over several years, but yeah, there's no fucking chance 300,000 people died.
Musk has responded on X. He branded Bono such a liar, stroke idiot. He said 0 people have died as a result of USAID cuts. In a later exchange, he says South Park lampooned Bono as the biggest shit in the world, and they were right. So he's fired into Bono, but the dramatic cessation of much of what USAID did, surely, I mean, inevitably would have impacted significantly on things like public health, wouldn't it?
Yes, and I can't refute some of the facts that Scott has detailed there in terms of just the data. But you could have looked at that data decades ago when there was found some poison in a Tylenol bottle and seen a total collapse in that brand in a matter of 6 weeks. And today it's 10x what it used to be. And so there are periods of any brand where they go into crisis. But if there's merit to the product and it solves a pain point, they tend to recover. And I would argue
there's no reason to buy a Tesla. Other brands offer better value. Like, they're the worst built cars on the market. Like, the only other exception would be Chinese cars that you literally can't even buy because they're not sold here. Yeah, so there's Chinese cars that are fucking terrible, but nobody, like, they're not in any foreign markets. They have the worst reliability, and not only that, they have the worst customer service of any car brand. I know a guy who had something wrong with, I think, like, the axle or something on his Tesla Model 3. He just bought it. He only had it for a few weeks. They refused to fix it because they said he wasn't braking properly. So they wouldn't admit it was like a manufacturer defect. They told him he wasn't braking properly. I don't know how you don't brake properly. As far as I understood, there's a brake pedal that you push down to cause the car to stop. But, like, that's just what they do. They have tons of manufacturer defects, and they will do everything they fucking can to not honor any warranty, and they'll blame you for a fucking defect in their cars. So, other brands have higher quality vehicles that are roughly the same price, if not cheaper. They are more reliable, better customer service, and they're also able to update their models, if not yearly, at least every couple years. Whereas Tesla, like, they haven't had an update to any of their design in like a decade. They're just bad cars. And I mean the Cybertruck, dear God, the fucking Cybertruck. So they're done. Like, they're cooked. They're not getting any better. Unless the only fucking hope in hell is Elon Musk steps down at Tesla, and they're probably also going to need to get bought out. There's a good chance, like, China or something, some Chinese investor would buy out Tesla, but their brand is just unrecoverable at this point.
Argue that's going to happen in the case of Tesla, because let me ask a question from 30,000 feet. If you look at the controversy, and there's no question Elon Musk is a very controversial individual. There is just no question about that. But then you set that aside and say, can we look at the track record of executional skills on mandate he is elected to take on? whether that be SpaceX or Starlink or Tesla or anything he's touched. He's the most remarkable individual. And I used to say this about Steve Jobs, who I work for, that he was 80% signal and 20% noise. In other words, in any given day, as Jobs used to tell me, I'm going to get the 5 things I have to get done, and I will not let noise get in the way in this 18-hour cycle, and you should follow me and do the same. And that worked for him. Look at what he achieved. Then you look at Elon Musk, and I'd argue to anybody listening, Elon is the only individual that I've ever met that's 100% signal. He does not even deal with noise. I've watched him walk away, and I've used this example countless times because I've seen it. He'll walk away from a conversation. The second he thinks it's a waste of his time, he's not garnering any information that's useful. And he's very awkward socially. But look at what that man has achieved, and he's only 50% through being the modern day.
He hasn't achieved anything. All of his businesses are fucking failing and going bankrupt.
Da Vinci, if you want to call him that. There's nobody on earth that's achieved as much as he has. And of course, that's going to draw criticism, whether it comes from a rock star that wants to be a politician. I love U2 music, but I don't listen at all to Bono's politics. I don't think he spends a lot of time worrying about it until he's talking on air. I'd rather he write music that I can enjoy. I'd rather listen to what Musk has to say in terms of moving forward on these mandates that solve huge problems for mankind. Where would the Ukrainian soldiers be without Starlink?
Yeah.
Where would people be without Teslas that provide incredible value for the dollar in the low-cost versions? Or what about SpaceX? Will we get to Mars? Well, if we are, it's going to be because of Elon Musk.
If you've ever felt like you're being...
Oh, the Mars mission is literally a scam. He uses that to get new rounds of investor funding.
Piers. Now, on with the show. Yeah, and you know, it's interesting. I was standing with him in the line to meet President Trump and the Emir of Qatar in Doha 2 weeks ago at the state dinner. And it was before Elon asked me what we were all doing lining up. And I said, we're going to meet Donald Trump for a handshake. And he laughed and went, I do that every day. I went, I know. I don't even know why you're standing here. Anyway, he thought it'd be funny to carry on standing there. And when he got to Trump, they both burst out laughing. But notwithstanding that, he was bored and he pulled out his phone and began showing me and a couple of other people, just on his phone, the Optimus humanoid robots and where they've got to. And they were dancing in this video clip. And it was one of the most extraordinary things I've seen. And he said, you know, these are going to be the biggest thing in the world within 15 years. And everyone's going to have one, or rich people will want 10. And they're going to change the world. And they're going to do every boring thing in the world you could possibly wish them to do. And he had a kind of boyish enthusiasm for this technology. And that made me just look at him and think, why do you need all the aggravation of politics? You know, it's like it's brought him so much aggravation. And yet, as you say, Kevin, he's a genius, really, in many other ways. I mean, do you accept, Scott, that he's a genius, or do you feel it's smoke and mirrors with Musk? Because when I watched him talk me through his Optimus thing, I just saw the 10-year-old boy who used to write programs doing it on a massive scale and loving that. Whereas I think he's really struggled with the criticism he's had in the political arena.
I don't think you can deny his genius. I'll use Starlink on my flight to London in a couple of days, and it's a superior product. I owned a Tesla. But somehow we've decided in America that innovation and money replaces or obviates or excuses depravity. Cutting off aid to HIV-positive mothers, deciding what veterans should get benefits, cutting off SNAP payments, which have shown to have a positive net return when people run out of money for food at the end of the month. I mean, I think one of the wonderful things about being an American, and quite frankly, for me, what it means to be a man and what I try to teach my boys is the whole point of prosperity is such that you can protect people. And I think the two of you are more impressed with Mr. Musk than I am. I think if somebody is making Nazi salutes, if somebody is being sued concurrently by 2 women for sole custody of their child because that person has not spent any time with that child, when someone is so severely addicted to drugs they can't get their shit together to show up to the White House without looking exceptionally high, I don't think that's the right role model for young men. So what I would ask to all of us is look at what money has done to us. That if someone can land a rocket on metal scissors or create a great AV, he's a genius. He's the wealthiest man in the world. But does that mean we should excuse depravity? Does that mean, unlike Bill Gates, he's not using his billions to help people? He's not planting trees, the shade of which he won't sit under? I think this is an individual who has literally come off the tracks, who is rabidly addicted to drugs, and is using his immense power to get people elected, and that too many of us excuse what is abhorrent behavior. I think his legacy is not going to be an EV or putting rockets into space. I think it's going to be unnecessary death, disease, and disability of the world's most vulnerable. That is not what it means to be an innovator. It's not what it means to be an American. It's not what it means to be a man.
Wow.
Damn.
Kevin, what do you say to that?
That's a tough criticism. And that's certainly the kind of controversy that surrounds him and has almost since he came on the scene at the PayPal days. He has distractors. Scott's one of them. I get it. You know, I would have kept that. There's a concept now that I deal with every day called Trump derangement syndrome internationally when I have to work in Abu Dhabi or in Zurich. And I get into a meeting and they want to go into a diatribe about Trump. And I say, this is a useless use of time. I'm not here to debate politics. I'm here to debate policy because we don't make money in politics as investors. We make money with policy. So if we could just use our valuable time together to look at the policy and see if there's an investment opportunity together. But I can't, and I don't care to get into debating Trump derangement syndrome. But what you just heard there from Scott is Musk derangement syndrome. And I get it. And I think it's fair that he has those criticisms. But it doesn't distract or take away from the achievements the man has made so far and will make. And I'm an advocate for executional excellence because in the end, if you burn your calories, trying to change someone who you know is not going to change, and don't focus on the output that he can provide and the great solutions for mankind he has provided, and hopefully will with robotics you talked about, then you are in the form of being dominated and controlled by a derangement syndrome. That's my opinion. And I've so far avoided that and I work a lot in Washington now. And, you know, I'm very, very fortunate to be able to work on a bipartisan basis because I represent entrepreneurship and job creation for small business. And that's bipartisan. Even AOC and Elizabeth Warren want to support that. And I can have my narratives with them. But when we get into Trump derangement, I shut off. And it's a waste of time. And I think that's a waste of time criticizing, you know, that he's not a man. I mean, I just find that, and I respect Scott. I mean, I respect his opinion. I respect all opinions, but let's burn our calories moving the needle forward, is my view.
I would also add to that, Scott, I think you make some very valid points about USAID, and I really want to see the data on that when it comes in, is to see exactly what the bottom line impact has been. And if it is anywhere near the levels that you and Bono think it's going to be or is being, it's clearly going to be appalling. But I would say on the derangement syndrome aspect of Musk and Trump, they both attract a huge amount of support and plaudits and aggro and so on. You know, you referenced there that he did a Nazi salute. And I don't think you actually think he did a Nazi salute for a moment. I mean, I'll ask you, but I don't think you do. And the other day, Cory Booker did exactly the same thing on stage, literally almost exactly the same thing. And all the people who had leapt on Elon Musk and said, he's a Nazi, did a Nazi salute, blah, 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 they all said the complete opposite about Cory Booker, simply because he was a Democrat. He was one of their tribe. Therefore, when he did almost exactly the same arm movement on a stage, he was not a Nazi. And I think that's where I would agree with
Cory Booker did that intentionally. I don't know what the fuck that guy's problem is, but he's clearly insane.
Kevin, that sometimes it's the double standard which lends succor to the concept of derangement syndrome. Do you accept that? Beam's creatine is America's #1, and it's made by a company founded on values like hard work and product of this quality. Go to shopbeam.com/peers and use the promo code peers for up to 30% off.
I think derangement, the term derangement, is usually something levied to people when they don't have a cogent argument to counter the arguments I'm making. I would call myself someone who's been infected with democracy addiction syndrome and is allergic to the type of depravity that these individuals are demonstrated. I generally haven't seen Senator Booker's gesture. I think Steve Bannon and Elon Musk both gave Nazi salutes. I've watched the tape a bunch of times. This is an individual who's decided there's a white genocide against Africana farmers. I think he knew what he was doing. It might have been a tick, but he seems to be very disciplined about not making remarks or comments with respect to China. Whenever there's money on the line in a society where he may not have the same rights of free speech, he seems very disciplined. So, yeah, we have a fundamental disagreement. I do believe it was a Nazi salute or a Nazi gesture. I don't see other Republicans accidentally making hand gestures that remind them of the Third Reich.
But Cory Booker did. I mean, you should see it after this. Honestly, you would be amazed how similar the arm movement was and the difference in the way it was treated by...
Well, then it was wrong. I want to give you and Kevin this. If Senator Booker did this, he should be dressed down and say, you should never accidentally, errantly make a gesture that reminds people of the type of death and destruction that we incurred around an ideology that this symbol came to respect. And it just so happens that two guys who have a history of very conservative...
His parents cut their own rope to save him. He watched them fall, then found his way off that mountain. He was 11 years old.
He then started a grand tour of every major boarding school in Britain.
Always at the top of his class.
Always at odds with authority. Same thing in the Navy.
His superiors all praise his instincts.
And they're all in need of early retirement. Nobody knows what to do with him, Mom.
No, and I suspect he feels the same way. But what he did in Iceland...
What he did in Iceland was insubordination. It was ill-disciplined, utterly reckless. He only survived thanks to blind luck. Give me one good reason to put him in the program, Mom.
I think you just covered them all, Greenway. It's really quite simple. Bond is a bullet without a target. Let's give him one.
Do you have an appointment?
The name's Bond.
James Bond. He's with me.
And you are? Don't think we've had the pleasure.
Now let's not get ahead of ourselves, James.
So you shouldn't have.
We're facing a situation of the utmost delicacy. I need all my pieces on the board.
009 is a master manipulator. Whatever the endgame is, we won't see it coming.
Jet lag gets me every time.
She's not your friend, Bond.
kind of looks like a mix between Hitman and like Uncharted. And I guess with the hand-to-hand combat, like Metal Gear or something.
She's an asset.
With respect, Mom. To hell with that.
Oh look, a piece of shit Aston Martin that would break down in an actual car chase.
Tell me, what do you do, James? Lately, headhunting. I suppose this is another teachable moment.
I'm excited for that. I like James Bond. 2026. That should be good. It's made by the same people who made Hitman.
Conservative politics at a very conservative gathering accidentally made this gesture. They
Yeah, it's a young James Bond. It's sort of like covering how he joined MI6 and everything. I like the older James Bond more, but yeah, you know, you gotta start somewhere. They're probably gonna make it part of a longer series.
should know better. I don't know a lot of people accidentally making gestures that look like Nazi gestures at parent-teachers meetings. Both Senator Booker, I'll take you at your word, and Steve Bannon and Elon Musk should know better. And it gets in the way of, Kevin, what you were saying, his ability to demonstrate greatness. And I'll be like Neuralink. I think what he's doing in Neuralink could have huge benefit. But the problem is we've decided in our society, well, is it a net good for society? If you could press a button, would you want him to go away? I wouldn't press a
Some more trailers. Silent Hill F. Most European and Asian countries ban guns for the public, but they're safer than America. I don't know where the hell you got that idea. Guns aren't banned in most countries in Europe, so I don't know what the fuck you mean by that. Same with Asia. They're restricted, but they're not banned. You can get a license. Even in Japan, you can get a firearms license. And I mean, when people bring up, ex-European country is safer than America, look at the amount of homicides in America versus, I don't know, some gay European country like Sweden or something. Well, what do you mean by that? The vast majority of firearms homicides in the United States are black kids shooting each other. So if you're white or Asian or Hispanic, the likelihood of you ever fucking getting shot in your entire lifetime is practically zero. You're about as safe if you're white, Asian, or Hispanic living in America versus in any European country. It's only young black men who really ever get fucking shot. So yeah, if you live in some shitty part of like California or Texas or whatever, where there's a lot of predominantly black gangs, and you're black, you're much more likely to get shot. If you're not in that situation, though, who the fuck cares? Like, gun violence is never going to be a fucking problem for you. And on top of that, criminals don't care about the law. Look what happened in Northern Ireland. That's an area with no native firearms production. guns were banned, and the IRA still got access to fucking firearms. They had fully automatic fucking machine guns, and they were fighting the British. Like criminals don't care. So if you see lower firearms homicide rates in other countries, it's not because of firearms restrictions. It's because there just isn't as much crime.
It's great that they chose to not gender swap James Bond.
They should have made him a black midget trans woman. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
サクコ、どこ行くの？こっち通るの珍しいね。今は誰かと喋りたくて。私も後から行くね。うん。じゃあね。裏切り者。 足の悪いおばあちゃんまでいないなんて、こんなの絶対に変。誰もいないし、気味の悪い怪物がうろつき回ってるし。いや、ひらこ。サクコ。
I don't know about this. This looks like just a little stupid. So you're an Asian schoolgirl and you go around whacking demons and like possessed mannequins with pipes? What the fuck were they thinking? Ben Boy, donate $2. Can you do a ranking of the top 10 groups of people you hate the most? I don't know. Influencers, particularly carnivore, diet influencers. Ricers, they're annoying. People who can't drive in general. Pro-Palestine retards. Communists. Anti-gun cucks. Pacifists. Republicans. There's a bunch. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
Hinako.
Who's making this? It's Konami, right? If this was made in the RE engine, there'd be nude mods galore. I don't know if you're going to be able to mod this game to make anybody nude.
どこにいるの? Hinako はいいよね。何でも持ってる。そんなあんたがいなくなってくれるんだからせいせいする。一人は嫌だよ。寂しいよ。ずっと一緒だよって約束したよ。
This just seems like fucking bizarre. Okay, so Asian schoolgirl just beats up dolls with metal objects she finds. I'll probably play this, just for the sake of doing so, like, to stream and shit, but I mean, get down, 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 down. But yeah, this game just seems fucking stupid.
暗いのは嫌。一人ぼっちは嫌。錯誤。裏切り者。
Oh. I'm gonna have to poop.
Patrol here. We have evidence of an enemy intruder. Commence alert formation.
Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements. Use extra caution.
That guy? I know he's close. Where did he go?
We've lost sight of the enemy. Find him. We're under fire. Enemy position unknown.
Loading like this? It's a revolution.
All right, Commander. Good, baby.
Take this! Here comes another one!
You won't get away from me.
Time for you to taste some real pain! What's the matter?
I gotta shit. I gotta shit really bad. I'm gonna go take a shit right now. Poop out of my butt. I'll be right back. Poop, poop, poop. I gotta poop. Yummy. For the love of fuck, how, like, what do I need to do to stop you from jumping on my computer? There, why don't you just lie down there? Little baby? Oh, man. I clogged the toilet, so it took me a little, longer than I had anticipated. Dodo donates $2. I look forward to your gameplay of Silent Hill F. It will be very menty, if anything, if it's anything like this. No items. No items to cut the rope? Are you kidding me? No items to cut the rope. Did this game literally forget that I'm literally holding a knife? I have no items to cut that rope? Are you sure? It says inventory right there. Am I insane? This game is a metaphor for involuntary celibacy. Well, I could see that. I literally have a knife in my fucking inventory. And I have to find some other fucking item to cut the fucking rope so I can get a key to go into another fucking room to get another fucking key. Bro, literally suck my dick. Oh. That's what that is. You, like, this game is so cheap, you literally can't see anything. It's pitch fucking black, and then you have enemies that attack you from beneath the fucking floor that you can't even see. How in the fuck are you ever supposed to, like, beat the fucking game? Like, especially on hard. Oh, you can't reach your hand in because you're a baby? Do we need, like, some sort of... That has to be the lighter, right? So now there's another... Great. How does the padlock not... I'm sorry. You have bolt cutters, but you can't use it to cut a padlock? Literally. Fuck this game. Well, time for more trainers. I can't right now. I just can't. Silent Hill 2 is a terrible game. Like, that was just awful. I don't know how anybody ever could consider that a good game. That was just an awful game. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
You forgot to include creationists, Muslims, religious people in general, feminists, Nazis, white supremacists, incels, red pillars like Andrew Tate, meat eaters, fake vegans, sophists, science deniers, COVID conspiracy theorists, anti-vaxxers, pro-lifers.
I did forget those. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy.
Matter. I'm over here. Go back to your own world.
Hell yeah, Ural sidecar.
See you in hell. I'll grind you into nothing. What the? Gotcha. Gotcha.
Sick. I'm looking forward to that one.
About. And I think what he's inspired the EV.
Oh. Looks like he's finally settled the fuck down. Look at him back there. There's Gum Gum. There he is. Hey, Gum Gum. got tired of being annoying, so now he settled down.
EV race. He may get us to Mars sooner than anybody else. He's created tremendous shareholder value and economic value. I wouldn't press that button. But the problem is with the word net. And that is, just because someone can put a rocket into space and create tremendous economic value doesn't mean they shouldn't be held accountable for or acquitted for personal behavior that sets a terrible role model for young men or recklessly damages the well-being of kids in other nations and reduces our soft power. The reason why our small businesses, and like Kevin, I invest and run small business. I sold my last business for $160 million. A third of my clients were overseas. And one of the reasons I was able to do business with Samsung, LVMH, and Toyota was there was a great deal of respect, affection, and goodwill for Americans. I believe that when Americans walk into a corporate office, a small or medium-sized business, they are more likely to do business with us from a company offering the exact same thing from Turkey or from South Africa. And the reason why is despite the fact that we're perceived as obnoxious, aggressive, that we were the good guys, that people always felt good about America. And one of the best ROIs we have made in soft power was that $75 billion in US aid. And to cut it off this recklessly and this cruelly, you know who's filling the void? China. And for the first time in history, surveys show that people around the world see China as a greater force of good than America. And to believe that doesn't hurt us, whether it's economically or working with our security apparatus to let us know when there's terrorist cells gestating or forming, to believe that it's not going to change the depth of the pools of capital that people want to invest in America. Generally speaking, I mean, Pierce, you're British, and tell me if you agree with this. We have our issues. We make a lot of mistakes. But at the end of the day, Americans are seen as the good guys. And I worry that in the last 120 days, we've lost a lot of that.
Well, I think you've gone back. Look, I completely concur. I love America. I love Americans. I think, like my country, you're a great country with flaws, and people know what those are. I think that Trump's style of leadership is chaotic by nature. I think probably quite often deliberately so. I mean, you said a very interesting thing recently on your podcast, your excellent podcast, The Pivot with Kara Swisher. You said that you've gone from thinking Trump was incompetent on economics to saying, and this is your quote, I believe he's purposefully creating massive market volatility such that him and his insiders can make billions of dollars in market manipulation and insider trading. And that on his meme coin offer, you said this is arguably the biggest grift in modern history. I mean, it's a pretty striking thing to level at Trump, that he's creating all this global chaos purely for personal gain. Given that when I've interviewed him over the last 20 years, I can't think of a single interview where he's not mentioned A, the way that China in his eyes has been ripping off America, and B, that tariffs are not a very effective weapon to restore America's economic power. So it's not like this is the first time he's talking about this stuff. Do you genuinely believe it's all just a way to...
What's that, Pepsi? It is Pepsi Electric Zero Citrus. So it's got like a citrusy taste to it. Yeah, it's electric, zesty, citrus, zero sugar. It's quite nice. What accessory exercises did you train to get your deadlift to 500? The only thing I could consider as an accessory exercise would... I can't remember if I was doing stiff leg deadlifts at the time. And, I guess pendlay rows. I might not have been doing stiff leg, though.
Make himself personally richer?
Well, okay, so I'll acknowledge I suffer from muscle derangement syndrome. I also suffer from basic pattern recognition. He has taken tariffs up or down 50 times. 50 times. Taking markets way up, way down. And the net effect, as far as I can tell, is one deal with the UK where we're getting some aerospace technology and Aston Martin engines for 10% tariff versus 15%. There has not been a single deal of any material value struck here. And then the morning that he announces huge tariffs that take the markets into one of their biggest one-day declines, his top cop, the Attorney General, sells her Donald Trump media stock. Zero-day options volume has been the days he takes a tariff up or down. Basically, insider trading laws are no longer in effect. I mean, he can open a Swiss banking account in the form of a meme coin the Friday before his inauguration, and people can put money in or take money out, and nobody knows. And just 10 wallets made billions, while 70 or 80,000 lost billions in the subsequent weeks. We have a level of grift, insider trading, or what used to be considered insider trading, market manipulation, the likes of which we haven't seen. So wouldn't he be stupid for him and his cronies? Autocracy is based on the following. You punish your enemies, you threaten lawsuits against them, you announce tariffs against them, and you make your allies billionaires. It seems like there's additional options trading and market participation right before he announces these tariffs going up or down. Because the net effect for America so far has just been a damage in our reputation. They had to send out a letter the other day telling nations to come to the table. This guy is literally the worst poker player in the world. He announces 145% tariff against China, and before they even respond, he reduces it to 30%. It's like showing up to a poker table, going all in with bluster, and then before anyone can respond, saying, I fold. The whole world is saying to America and the Trump administration regarding his sclerotic, reckless, and quite frankly, stupid tariffs, the same way Logan Roy responded to his children in succession. You are not a serious people. All this has done is reduced our reputation and created incentive for other nations to reroute their supply chains around us. And there are discussions, but they're not happening between America. They're happening between Japan, South Korea, and China, who for the first time in decades are talking about economic agreements. I had dinner with the CEO of Alibaba in Europe, who is touring Europe and selling the Baba Cloud into European companies who are working with AWS. Kevin, you want to see a reduction in the revenues of your small and medium-sized businesses? Let us continue to damage our reputation globally with a series of nonsensical tariffs, reductions, increases. Our brand, the U.S. brand now means toxic uncertainty. No one knows how to plan their business against this man who goes up and down. So he's either stupid and doesn't understand economics, see above every tariff in history or every tariff policy, or he has decided, I know, I'll take the markets up and down and let the people close to me and who support me trade in this and make billions. I think that is what is going on.
Kevin, final word to you.
At the same time, on a counterpoint, because some of the things Scott's talking about are concerns, no question. We're days away from signing the Genius Act, which is the old stablecoin act that Haggerty in the Senate is moving forward right now in the House. Only because the tonality around crypto, which has been denied by previous administrations, has changed with the Trump administration. I consider that to be the most significant digital payment system act ever contemplated, and it's going
I was only training the deadlift twice a week.
to change demand for the American Treasury bill and use and guarantee in some ways that every commodity on earth is priced with price discovery through the American dollar, which I think is a great.
And I'd like it varied. Loading varied, but I think for the most part I'd do sets of 3 day 1, then sets of 5 day 2.
Achievement. Yes, Trump has created great volatility, and you may think that there's some clandestine reason behind it, as Scott has suggested, a form of trading volatility on an insider basis. If that's true, he'll be litigated in the next administration for sure. I look at it and say this morning as we speak and have this debate, which I think has been robust. I've really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed talking with both of you. I remind us all that we are only 2.42% off the high, the all-time high of the S&P. So something's working very well in America. It continues to work well. It still represents 56 cents of every dollar invested worldwide comes to the domestic U.S. market to be deployed. It is the #1 magnet for the world's institutional investing. And I would remind us as we have this.
Ben Boyd, only $2. By the way, I don't know if I told you, but I managed to convince one of my coworkers to go vegan. Still have to try to convince my other friend, though. Well, that's cool. Who knows if they'll stay vegan, but, it's something. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
This debate that America's #1 export is not energy, or it's not technology, it's the American dream. It is the only place on earth where people risk their lives or drown in rivers or get cut to shreds on barbed wire trying to get into the country. I don't see that in China. I don't see that anywhere.
I do 90% for sets of 3, 80% for sets of 5.
Else. It's the American dream that remains intact, and Trump's primary mandate, and that for every president in the future, is to maintain, and I speak this for any lawmaker, is to maintain the American dream. And I spend a fair amount of my time in Washington reminding him that, because that is bipartisan.
Yeah, well said. I actually do want to end with this. I want to read to you, Scott, a quote from Kevin on X, and just get your very quick, and I mean just several words, whether you agree with this statement or not. Spoiler alert, I have a feeling you're probably not going to. Kevin said, yeah, I said it. Hi, I'm MAGA is the new mating call in the dating jungle. Trad wives, alpha values, and patriotic dating apps are flipping the script in deep blue cities. And to know what's hotter than a swipe right? A MAGA man with money. Let's talk about it. Scott Galloway, do you concur?
First off, really enjoyed this, Kevin. Thank you, Pierce, for bringing us
That's
together.
been great.
I've wanted to meet Kevin for a while.
Yeah.
Women are attracted to men for 3 reasons: their ability to signal resources, 2, their intellect, and 3, their kindness. The far right, to their credit, saw the problem with struggling young men and went into the void. Unfortunately, they conflate cruelty and coarseness with masculinity. And unfortunately, on the left, our advice to young men is act more like a woman. So there's a mating crisis, but instead we need to celebrate and lift up our young men. But the underleveraged way to attract a woman is through kindness, and the far right does not demonstrate that right now.
You know what? I think we should have another debate, another occasion about that whole issue. It would be fascinating just from what you just said there. Guys, thank you very much. We've been trying to get you guys together for a while, as you know. I couldn't be happier with.
I like this guy. He makes a lot of sense.
Anabolic stick titled "We're passing the 3-eye vibe check." I mean, so
to his young audience of millions by claiming that he cheated. And this is me.
Don't believe it. If he were on steroids, for the most part, if you were to take steroids and or SARMs and make this
Hussein's very own transformation that only took 3 years.
You know, I swear he was bigger before. Usain Farhat. He's probably done gear. Because like he looked rounder and more 3D. And that's kind of the look that steroids give you. It makes it look like your muscles are like constantly pumped up from like a workout. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure this guy was on gear at one point.
To be fair, Jeff Side's transformation is, I mean, this guy's just aesthetic as fuck, mate. But this is what being a juice goblin will get you. I mean, you might get these results in 2.5 years if your androgen receptor sensitivity is absolutely cracked and you're just blasting and cruising.
7 years, which Hussein claims he achieved naturally.
Now, what about, this is everyone wants to know, David Lade, do you think he's a lifetime natural?
Yeah, hyperextensions are probably going to help with deadlift, especially if you have like weak hamstrings and a lower back.
Do you think he's natural right now?
I don't think lifetime. I'm pretty sure not, just because of I think he put a lot of, on his bench, a lot of weight.
How did you program your bench press to get to 405? Not going into too much detail, but, like, I was on a very long specialization phase, so I wasn't deadlifting, and I had a lower body volume to a minimum, so I was doing about 5-6 sets per week for direct quad work. And, I had, I guess, 2 major blocks of training. The first block, which lasted for, let's say, 8 months, was just a long hypertrophy block. I was doing sets of 8 to 10 on bench. And I was trying to work up to 315 for a set of 10. I got up to a set of 9, which was close enough. And then I transitioned from the hypertrophy block to a strength block. There was, I'd say, about 3 months, which was like a transition. So I do sets of 8 at the beginning of the week, and then sets of 5 at the end of the week. And then I transition fully to the strength block, where I do sets of 3 at the beginning of the week, sets of 5 at the end of the week. And a basic progression scheme. So 6-week mesocycle. Add 5 pounds each week. Then I do a deload, reset, and I would just have a higher asymptote. It's hard to pronounce that. Higher asymptote each time. So if I started with, say, 350 pounds for sets of 3 at the beginning of week 1 of the meso. The next meso, I would start with 355 or 360, and then I'd end that next meso, like 10 pounds higher. I think generally speaking, I was able to add about 10 to 15 pounds each meso.
He gained a lot of muscle pretty quickly.
Again, correctly calling David Lade a fake natty, but insisting that his own physique transformation was done naturally when his is more impressive than what David Lade was able to do in that time frame.
Yeah, I did 4
is
times.
Just so shameless. How can you just repeatedly lie like this?
Would you rather rush to get your gains and then stop, or would you rather slow it down and get it for a long time?
I'd say both, to be honest.
Both, okay.
Yeah, because I like doing stuff quick. Like I said, I've only been doing videos for a year now. So I like, of course, the journey, but I want to get results as fast as possible as well.
Yeah.
Does this not just sound like the exact type of person that would hop on steroids at the...
He's not on these things. He's
not enough to convince anyone.
I highly doubt that Matt does fit,
and therefore be able to sign him to his own supplement company before any other brands could get...
Yeah, that's natty. Dude, I was there in 2006. I actually was one of the judges. Based on the dick to ball ratio
A lot of people will say, well, Greg is a self-proclaimed manlet. He's about 5'6", any muscle that he puts on 2009. As the title states, Greg claims he was natural as of this video. However, only 6 months later, on November
I just don't get it. I don't understand why people lie, dude.
the 28th, 2009, Greg said he had to start admitting he was not natural anymore after he got busted. If you want to believe Greg on this matter, you'd have to believe that he
Yeah, Greg's retroactive fake natty. It's pretty ironic.
In boxing, the mind games start long before the first punch. At the weigh-in, Sky Nicholson stood tall, composed, focused. But Tiara Brown, she didn't blink. No smiles, no backing down. Just that icy stare. Burning
Yeah, she's cute.
in that moment, she stepped into Sky's mind long before she stepped into the ring. And when fight night came, she made it count.
Oh.
This little guy washing a cookie is actually a raccoon. They don't wash cookies because they're clean freaks. They're just doing an action that looks like washing. That's because raccoons need to use their paws to see food. Those little paws can't retract and aren't sharp, but they're extremely sensitive. They can even catch flying insects. There are quite a lot of tactile cells on them. After coming into contact with water, they can use their paws to measure the weight, size, texture, and temperature of food. That's because 2/3 of their cerebral cortex is used to receive tactile stimuli. The presence of water can help raccoons better feel the
that's
shape
so
and texture of food.
nice.
Washing food is actually a process for raccoons to get to know food. As a super
Oh my
adaptable creature,
goodness.
raccoons have extremely strong adaptability. They can be found in a variety of habitats and can easily integrate into human society.
Oh my
Their diet depends on
God.
the environment they live in.
Oh
They eat whatever is
wow,
available
he's
around
getting
them.
those
Maybe that's why you
Twizzlers.
always see these guys in the trash can.
If you were walking alone at night down a city street and two black men were walking towards you on the same side of the street, would you fear for your safety or at least feel uncomfortable?
No, that happens fairly regularly. I'm not afraid of black people. Thanks for the donation, Voice. Voices for the gayness. I was benching for three times a week. The middle of the week, I just do incline press. I stopped doing that the last couple months of training because I was getting tendon injuries, so I reduced the amount of pressing I was doing each week.
This little
Wow, that's a raccoon.
Let him take the hedgehog and slightly throw the hedgehog upwards.
Oh.
When the hedgehog feels suspended in the air, it will pull its legs out to left.
Oh my god. Oh, that's a nice
The main
hedgehog.
secret has been disclosed. You do not
Wow.
need to submerge it into a river or kick it with your leg anymore. It
Wow.
will remain open, unless you scare it, of course.
Oh, look at
Now you
him.
can take a closer look of its nose and rub its soft belly.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that's nice.
This thing that was taken out of the bag is actually a platypus.
Oh,
After
platypus.
finishing the examination, it scurries back home
Oh
with
my
a
God.
strange gait. As a loophole in the theory of evolution, the platypus has a duck's bill, a beaver's tail, an otter's body, and a goose's legs. Even Darwin exclaimed
Oh my
that
God.
it was like seeing a ghost when he saw it. So much so that when scientists first saw this creature, they couldn't believe that there
Wow.
could be such a jumbled up creature in the world. Even more absurd is that although they are mammals, they can lay eggs while producing milk. That is to say, they can even make egg tarts by themselves. And although they look quite cute and innocent, they are actually venomous. The venom is hidden in the heel, which you would never expect. That is to say, it just needs to kick you once, and the venom can enter your body. And there is no antidote.
What about if you were out of town and had to sit in a room full of strangers, 10 white people, or 10 black people? What room would you feel more comfortable sitting in?
entirely depends where I was. There's definitely certain areas where I'd rather be around the black people, and there's certain areas where I'd rather be around the white people. So entirely depends. Thanks for the donation, Voices for the Gayness.
The most amazing thing is that there are more than 40,000 electroreceptors distributed on its ductwork.
Wow.
So they can hunt by sensing electrical pulses.
Oh my
It's
god.
really absurd. Isn't this just a bug-like animal?
Ow.
This thing that was taken...
They look nice. Oh. Oh. Oh my god, it's a water dog.
He experienced a once-in-a-lifetime moment when a seal came up in the ocean and gave him a hug. This cute moment shows
Oh
how
my
truly
god.
docile and friendly these seals can be towards humans.
Oh, what a
And
nice
although they may
seal.
look daunting because of their size and speed in the water, for the most part, seals are harmless to humans and they can even be friendly. Although
Ты не думаешь, что это может быть его последний полет?
The fuck? Goliath beetle. Oh. Oh, he doesn't understand the mirror.
Since a divorce, I will reach out to Fresh and Fit to get you on VG. Speak your vegan truth in Miami, brother.
I don't really want to be on their podcast because they're fucking stupid. But thanks for the donation, dumbass. Oh, he's up to no good.
Do not grab his tail. You're asking for it.
Oh, look at them.
What are you doing? Wow.
Oh my god, that is a handsome parrot. Look at him.
I'm so sorry, bro.
Oh, look at the
That was
burb.
mean.
I love burbs.
I swear, these feds be doing the most just to profile us, gang. Like, why is you searching me? I ain't got no...
Oh man, cherries make me fart like crazy. Oh, a turd. Oh, it's a nice turd.
you don't scare me.
Wow. Oh my god, so
right
sentient.
now Otis is really focused on my eyes. He's actually making me go cross-eyed. What do you see? What do you want? 'Cause this time you don't really...
Do you ever cringe or feel sick to your stomach if you have to look at or make eye contact with a pale ginger with freckles?
No, I've never had that experience. Not all gingers are evil, so I don't make any assumptions before meeting somebody. Thanks for the donation, Voices for the Gayness.
really seem to be going for the nose. See
Oh my
that when I lower it?
god. Wow, that is a very sentient
Staring
turd.
contest with Otis. Let's see who blinks first.
Wow. Oh,
Ugh. I lose.
it's a really nice turd. Oh my god.
Yo, as long as the rent stay low, I really don't care about living next to a zoo and all that. But if ticket keeps...
What the hell's that tiger doing in there? Wow, it's a big tiger. Oh my god. Oh. That's not nice. No fighting. No fighting.
Kangaroos fighting a...
That's not nice. Oh, there's a cat.
How much more of a circle can you be?
Oh.
Come here. Yes, I do want him to come up here. I like him.
I get up and then all
Oh.
day I'm tired. And I want to.
It's a very fat cat. Oh.
Run.
Spider cat. Oh, poor kitty. Oh, they're sharing.
How much more of a
How much for you to twerk for an hour? Fuck, a full hour? Today, like, that'd have to be at least 1,000. I'm so fucking exhausted from yesterday, dude.
You're adopted.
That's right, get that fucking kid.
1, 2, 3. Ty. Ty. Ay, cabrona, no me asustes. Sợ thật đấy, trời ơi.
Aww. Oh. Oh, how's she gonna get out? Cat. I love cats. Cats are good. Cats are so good. Oh.
Will you be watching the upcoming show?
Only in New York.
Probably not. The original looked interesting, but I never ended up watching it. I probably won't end up watching this either. Thanks for the donation, Alan. Muhammad was a pedo, donated $3. Oh. Oh. Shadow's little prairie dog friend?
Yeah. What's he doing? He's throwing dirt on you, buddy.
You know, he just sits there like.
He likes it.
Oh. Oh.
Whoa.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that's his friend. Oh, he likes hanging out with his friend. Oh. Oh, they're friends. Oh, that's nice. Oh, they're friends. Oh my god, they're doing stuff together.
Please do.
Oh, that's nice. Thanks for the donation. Muhammad was a pedo. Ben Boyd and tellers, I used to have a pet gala. What's a gala? Oh.
Say baby boop boop.
Oh my god.
Baby boop boop.
Those are pretty birds.
Baby poop. Baby boop.
Oh my god. Those are very pretty. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. Oh, I can't stop farting. Cherries make me fart. Dodo donated $2. The only Dexter I ever cared for was the 5th grader with the secret lab hidden in his bedroom. Yeah, Dexter's lab was the fucking shit, dude. Dexter's lab was just so fucking good. I love how Mandark was obsessed with his sister, Dee Dee, and she was like fucking crazy dumbass. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. There was a lot of funny shit with Dexter's mom and dad too. They like had a terrible relationship. There were so many good old school Nickelodeon cartoons, and they still hold up today, and like they're even funnier when you're an adult and you can understand all the little subtle jokes. One of my favorite episodes of Dexter's Lab was when he tried to make the device so he could read people's mind. But it worked in reverse where everyone else could read his mind. Yeah, Hey Arnold was really good. I love that show. Dude, fucking Abby is just so goddamn sexy. Fucking love her stomach, dude. Wish I could just feel those pecs. Warhammer figures. That's strange. Yeah, Samurai Jack was dope. Shouldn't there be a safe here? Yeah, there it is.
My bow? Since forever. You should have seen Yara.
Fuck.
Yes. How many Seraphites have you killed? Curious.
I never watched Courage the Cowardly Dog. Ugh. It looked weird and creepy.
Yeah. This building will take us to the building next door.
You should do a Resident Evil 5 playthrough, the best reads of them all. Also, is this Last of Us? Why is the girl jacked?
Because she lifts weights and works out. I think I did an RE5 playthrough a while ago. I'll probably do another RE5 playthrough in the future, because they're coming out with a new Resident Evil and shit. I didn't really like RE5. It got worse as the game progressed, and I hate that. It was most fun when you were in the, like, shanty towns in Africa, and then you ended up going into these, like, big underground labs and stuff, and the monsters you end up fighting are just way more boring and annoying, and, just take way too much damage. With zombie games, I much prefer fighting bigger waves of enemies that maybe have unique attacks. So, like, you'll have enemies that throw things at you, that maybe have, like, Molotov cocktails or something. Maybe they have, like, pitchforks or something, like some sort of unique combat strategy. And then you have like these large groups of enemies that all do different things, and then you have to like plan and strategize and like deal with certain enemies first and avoid others, you know, stuff like that. With RE5, they just threw enemies at you that just took way too much damage, that were just more powerful, period, and it's just boring that way. The RE4 remake did a really good job with the game, where they had that strategy, like the ideal strategy, where as the game progressed, you just had different enemy types that just had unique attacks and strategies, but there's like large waves that came at you. It's a lot more fun. Thanks for the donation though, dumbass. Ben Boy donated $2. Let me see.
I bought a weed pen with my first paycheck. I have not stopped since.
Stop smoking weed. You just identified the problem, so fix it. You can't be a serious person and be smoking weed. What about Nick? What about Nick? If you've built fucking 10 houses and written a comedy show, go smoke whatever you want. But that's not you, okay? You can't do stunt driving like me. You can't smoke weed like Nick. You cannot do the things that you see that people doing, outliers. Okay? If you see someone winning a hot dog eating contest,
yeah,
by eating 50 hot dogs, this fucking like addiction to logical bending logic to make an argument. Like, if I can only use the right amount of logic, my argument will be airtight. What about the guy that ate 50 hot dogs? Boy. Here's what you look like saying that. Shut the fuck up!
I'm farting a lot.
Hey, can I please get a medium black coffee and 2 ham and cheese croissants if you have any?
Oh, unfortunately, we're all sold out of the ham and cheese croissant right now. Can I offer you anything else?
Fuck! Hey, can I please get a...
You got anyone you want to call out in the heavyweight division?
Oh, you know it, lad. You know that, Hassan Piker. I'm coming to kill you in Los Angeles at your house.
Or in the ring?
No, in real life. I'm going to stalk him and become obsessed with him and wear his makeup and his dresses and use his skin as a coat like the ancient Irish did.
Well, that's your winner, Sam Hyde!
Bloody.
Sam Hyde's funny. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. RE4, the original game, I thought was really good in the first, 5 hours. And then at the point where you got into the castle where you were fighting the bug monsters, that was fucking bullshit. And then it picked up again and got better once you ended up fighting the regenerators. In RE4 Remake, I still didn't really like the bug monsters, but they were better than in the original game. And the last few hours were also still better. They did some good balancing tweaks with the enemies that just made it better.
My cousin who was afraid of heights. Here we are.
The Zealots were really fun to fight in the
Follow me.
remake, too. Once you got into the castle and were fighting the Zealots, they were better in the remake. The female Zealots in the remake were also, kind of sexy, too, not gonna lie.
It's not that hard. This way. Wolves never look up. It means no matter how many people or guns you have, we'll find a way around you.
If Gum Gum said something, would you have this same reaction?
Let me take a look. Somebody should, like, smack that dumb bitch. Fucking cunt. Thanks for the donation, Jessica. That girl's a bitch. Stupid bitch. Pyromaniac donated $34. What would you do?
On for the first time tonight, we are.
It truly is. Were the words that triggered the screams. 40 grueling minutes of physical and verbal bullying, all caught on tape aboard the school bus transporting 10-year-old Saquon Haskins. Some parts harder to watch than others.
You gouge their eyes out. If you're getting picked on by multiple people and they're bigger and stronger than you, rip one of their eyes out. They're gonna back off if you do that. So yeah, just rip one of their eyes out. Thanks for the donation, Pyromaniac.
The apostate! It's Lily! Down! You should have stayed away! Behind the desk!
Fuck, are you kidding me? Fuck off, bitch! What a load of fucking shit.
Yeah. I got it. Did you hear what they called me? Do you want to ask me about it? No.
Greta Thunberg's boat just being sunk. That sounds like it's too good to be true. That'd be great if her boat sunk, but I'll believe it when I see it.
Seraphites. What's cool?
If Jazzman worked out, lifted weights, and was an asshole less frequently, but didn't get a job, would you be fine with supporting her and would have never pushed her to get a job and pull her own weight?
The main issue was the kind of financial demand she was making of me. If she didn't need a car and the horse and all this other shit and like just spent ridiculous amounts of money on nonsense, I wouldn't have cared. But no, like Oh my god, every fucking day, like $50, $100 on Amazon, and I'm like, what the fuck are you spending this on? So, like, and then on top of that, like, the car payments and shit I had to make, the vet bills and shit for the horse, not to mention board. Like, if she wouldn't do that, then, you know, it wouldn't have really been a problem, but... Yeah, everything just added up to be way too fucking much. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Anyone have eyes? Scour this. Find them, damn it.
Fuck.
They've got to go. On our right.
Fuck.
Yeah. Fuck 'em. That was my first time.
No, haven't seen the movie Sinners. Heard it was good. I sure as hell ain't going to the theaters to see it, but once it's out on streaming, good chance I'll watch it. I'm really looking forward to 28 Years Later. That looks really good. I might even go out to the theaters to watch that. I might. I don't know, though. It's, theaters are kind of disgusting and annoying.
Yes.
Man, cherries make me fart like fucking crazy. You know what? I think the US-Canada trade thing is affecting watermelons. I have not been able to find any watermelons. I saw watermelons in the store once. Still haven't seen any watermelons.
Yeah. Hey, pull that door down. Can I give you some advice? Just think about the good parts to fear. Yeah, like you run faster. You're more focused. You don't feel pain as much. Every bad feeling, your palms sweating, your heart racing, they're all signs you're actually
She's
strong.
afraid of heights.
So when you feel afraid, you should think about how your body is getting ready for what's coming.
Yeah, I
Only
fucking
when
love
weak
cornbread,
may I carry
dude.
my
Cornbread
true
is the shit. I should make some cornbread. Deep fried cornbread is also fucking awesome. I love corn dogs.
There are exceptions.
Man,
Especially for
cornbread.
soldiers.
Pumpkin bread is really good. Pumpkin bread is perhaps even better than banana bread. Actually, definitely is. Pumpkin bread's better than banana bread.
That's the bridge.
If Jazzman were smart, she would have started a fake shop on Amazon or Alibaba and use your money to buy shit off her Amazon store so you wouldn't notice while she enriches herself. Do you think she would have done that if she knew she could get away with it?
There's no way that would have worked. Yeah, there's no way that would have worked. So, no. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st. Oh, God. You are now my most favorite streamer. I love corn dogs also. Pumpkin bread and pie is based. I only like pecan pie and pumpkin pie. Those are the only pies that I like. But yeah, corn dogs are so fucking good. Man, I wish I could just have a massive, massive, like, bowl of deep fried cornbread. That'd be great. But yeah, if you've never tried pumpkin bread is so damn good. Oh, I can't stop farting.
Follow me. We'll go slow. It's not as bad as it looks. Yeah. I'm not. I mean, it's not the most popular route. Just try not to look down.
It's weird, her pants are clipping.
How you feeling? Cold.
Oh.
What? What's going on between you and your friend Owen? It seemed really awkward. Come on. Not yet. You're not gonna want to hug me in a second. It's gonna be okay. Eyes on me. Heights never scared me. The ocean, dogs. Almost there. Hey, look! You can see the hospital now. Focus on me. Yes, you can. You're going to. Come on.
Ellie has
show strength.
Abby has a nice butt. Ellie has a nice butt too, but I really like Abby's butt. I have an appreciation for derrieres.
Almost there. Come on. Abby! Hold on. You ready?
No, I didn't see the Neo trailer or the Marvel token fighting thing.
Okay.
I didn't like Neo.
Okay.
I didn't play the second and third games, but I didn't really like him.
I don't know. This is the right building, but I've never been to this part of it. The bridge drops us off at the back of the building. This is new to me. My ears. Maybe it wasn't luck. Some wolves believe in God. I've heard them pray. If we get to the street, we'll be right by the hospital. One of yours? Oh, I see how this works. We always take elevators down to the bottom, so I don't know.
Spores. Masks on.
I don't have one.
Do you guys not believe in gas masks?
Guy died using a
on the
neti
run.
pot from the brain-eating amoeba. Didn't boil the water. That's pretty fucked up.
Stay here. Back up. All the way.
If you die, I'll be stuck here.
Better start praying I make it.
Yeah, hopefully Ninja Gaiden 4 is good. Ninja Gaiden... Going back to the older Ninja Gaiden games, they're not that great. Especially the camera. The camera's just fucking god-awful. The way the game's balanced, too, is just fucking horseshit. There's so many enemies that can shoot you from a distance and crap. And the boss fights were just fucking terrible, too. Like, compared to Devil May Cry, the boss fights are just pure trash. Should I accept an offer from a cannabis company to get a free ounce in return? I have to delete a negative review calling out their poopy tasting flower. Legit poop. I don't think it's worth it. It sounds pretty scammy too.
The HHS is finally doing good science under RFK Jr.'s leadership. x.com/sec.kennedy/status/1930012848056365294 doctor or engineer. x.com/i/status/1930155980379054443 x.com/i/status/1926196543599562846 usual suspect.
Well, at least they're not full-on blocking the vaccine. Doctor or engineer. Yeah. That is very strange. All of these problems could be solved if you could just shoot those people. Thanks for the donation, 21st. That gas mask must smell terribly. It's been on a rotting corpse. Nice try. Dipshit. There's a lot of them. That's a lot of them.
Got you a present. Here. We're taking too long.
Can't move any faster. I won't do your sister any good if we're both dead. There. We got this.
Did you see a way down? Abby, what about that?
Oh.
Coming. Be careful. May the current be calm.
Zombie
was
butt.
boring into the wall. I hate demons.
Hell yeah, flamethrower. Fuck. Fucking bitch.
Driving weapon. It's impressive. Let's get out of here. Keep going down. We're almost at the street.
The year is 2027. Frank's eyes are normal and his business takes off. He's looking to expand his vegan branch and asks you to come on board. As a result, the net number of vegans in the world goes up. Do you say yes?
If we're assuming all of those hypotheticals where it would end up being net good and more people would go vegan, like if I had a crystal ball, then sure. Otherwise, not having prior knowledge of the outcome, no, I'd never do business with Frank. He's a fucking retard. Thanks for the donation, though, dumbass. Oh, dude, I can't stop farting. Holy fuck.
Is it true that Isaac took down the old guard? I hear he tortures people. Okay. Have you ever tortured people?
There's a Ferris wheel.
We did it. We killed that big demon.
Get fucked.
Fuck this building. What is that? A quarter of what? What? Thank you. You see that elevator right
Love
there?
Abby's muscles.
That's the path we would have taken. No infected. Let's not tell the others about what happened. I don't want Yara to worry. Okay? We're not supposed to have regrets. I wish I had just ran away. Then Yara wouldn't be caught in all of this. She'd be back home, taking care of her mom.
This is as far as you go.
But, wait, why?
Because they want to kill you. With me, they're just worried about a backgammon rematch.
What's backgammon?
I'm gonna go in the front door, grab the stuff, come right back. You're staying here, yeah?
Yeah.
Got someone in the water! Trespasser? Abby? It's Abby, shit! She alone? Open the gate! Jesus, you swim here?
We're moving all these assets to Isaac. What does he need?
Well, everything's getting moved out and packed up. Take a look, see if anyone's got what you need.
Just left the last transport, but she'll be back.
How are they still getting new recruits?
Maybe they're brainwashing all the trespassers that enter the city.
Danny?
These lucky scars are like
I farted again. Yeah, the mod I'm using,
Hey.
for whatever reason, it fucks up the
Abby.
dialogue if it's not in a
Got you out
cutscene.
here too. Yeah, what a haul. I need some medical supplies. Can you put me where I'm supposed to?
Abby, just checked in with Isaac. Got you back with the father.
Let me talk to Isaac.
Talk to him in person. You're going back with the next shipment. Sorry.
What are you doing?
She's been AWOL since yesterday. Give me your hands.
Shit.
Hey! Hey! Let me the fuck out! God damn.
You're gonna dislocate your shoulder. Well, I never thought I'd see you on Isaac's bad side. You find no one at the aquarium? I talked to Manny.
That's weird. It's funny how her clothes will appear in the
need some medical
cutscenes sometimes.
Why? What happened to him?
Compartment syndrome. Bashed forearm.
You're not treating him, are you?
Mel. We don't have a lot of time.
Jesus. Most of these supplies have been packed and shipped already.
What?
We haven't cleared out the lower floors yet.
Would they have what I need?
Yeah, probably, but it's rough down there.
I'll be fine.
You get caught. I had nothing to do with this.
Of course.
All right, come on. Compartment syndrome. Fuck. Boy's lucky he's dating a doctor. Mel doing okay? God, she was so fucked up after Isaac talked to her. After he found out you left base, Isaac interrogated all of us. He was rough on her. No.
Nora,
Where are you two going?
to grab Abby. The boat's ready to head out.
Well, I still got boxes on the 3rd floor. Can you two bring them first?
Boat's pretty full.
Come on, I don't want to be here all day.
Fine.
Thanks. They're gone. And you're okay? Well, Manny's been worried sick about you. I bet he will soon. So what's Owen's plan once Mel gets at Armouth? Hold up. All clear. He knows that's all bullshit, right? God, I feel so bad for Mel. All right, these floors have the ICU, the trauma center, and a few surgical suites. There's a reason we haven't touched this area yet. It was ground zero for the whole city, where they brought the first infected before anyone knew better. It's gonna be overgrown to shit. Worst case, look for ambulances. They're contained and I've gotten lucky before.
The reason the door isn't opening? What the fuck? Why isn't the... There we go.
May your survival be long. See you back at base. Soon, I hope.
Looks weird. Need a pickup truck, chewing tobacco, and some cowboy boots. I don't know if that would help me.
Why do you love Israel so frickin' much?
Well, there's a lot of fucking sexy ass Israeli girls for one thing. And two, I mean, they're pretty cool. Thanks for the donation though, bitch ass nigga. Oh shit! Nah. Fuck! That citrus Pepsi is quite nice.
Somehow it never occurred to me to ask you this yet, but how exactly did Jasmine issue the breakup to you? What were you doing? Were you playing a game and then she walked up to you, and said what exactly and in what tone? And what was your initial thought?
I think I had ended streaming or something, and then I just went upstairs, was doing something, and then I ended up talking to her, and then she's like, Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to break up with you. I can't do this any longer, something like that. And, then I said, okay. And then she said she's gonna stay over at a friend's house over the weekend, and then she left, and then I sent her a text message about how I want her gone in 3 months. And then, she was pretty surprised to hear that. But thanks for the donation, 21st. I actually gave her, I told her, 6 months max. I didn't give her, like, I didn't say, like, you're out in 3 months. I said 6 months max, tops, you're out of here. Because, I know it can be sort of difficult looking for apartments and shit. So I said 3 months max, I can help you pay for first and last and everything, but I want you gone. Thanks for the donation though, 21st, appreciate it.
Hold on, she said I think I want to break up with you? She didn't actually think it'd lead to this. She thought she'd scare you with that and you'd change your mind while she was at her friend's house. What did she say when you told her to be out in 3 meters?
She just kept making a bunch of excuses like I knew she would, like, oh, that's too short of a time frame. She literally told me she's not going to be able to move out for years. Like, it'll be years until I can, like, actually find an apartment. Like, so, yeah. Makes sense, right? You want to break up with somebody, but still live with them for years? Uh-huh. It was just a complete joke. So, yeah, lots of stupid excuses. Oh, I have too much debt. She took out, like, some loan thing to pay for a vet bill. I told her, no, I'll pay that off for you, but you're leaving. So she ran out of excuses. I said, no, you're gone in 6 months. Tops. Look for a place as soon as you fucking can. And said, I'll pay for first and last for your new apartment. I'll pay off your vet bill thing so that you're good to go. I even offered to take the car if the car loan payments were too much for her. She ended up deciding to keep the car, but then she decided to recently not pay for that anymore. So, you know, just all sorts of stupid excuses, but I said, no, you're gone. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st. seeing anything.
Oh shit.
21st, 22 hours after you said okay when she said she wants to break up, how many hours or days did it take you to realize all this time she's been manipulating you? Like, I realized right away. What she said, the timing of it and everything, she was just being manipulative as fuck, and I wasn't falling for it anymore. Again, it's funny she decided to do that right after I said, I'm burnt out. I can't pay for your things anymore. You need to pull your own weight. And again, I didn't ask her to work full time. I didn't say she needs to make fucking big bucks and contribute to, like, the rent, utilities, all that shit. All I asked was for her, if you want to keep your car and you want to keep your horse, pay for those things. Those expenses are just adding up way too quickly. It's too much for me. I have to work literally every fucking day as much as I possibly fucking can, while she's just sitting there playing video games all day doing absolutely nothing. All I asked was for her to pull her own weight or give up the car, get rid of the horse, you know, give it to a sanctuary or whatever. And then she decided to get a job because she wanted to keep her car and everything. And then 2 months after, oh, I think I'm gonna have to break up with you. And what's hilarious too is her main issue was my depression. That was always her, like, big issue with me. And that's understandable. It is a pain being around somebody who's a downer all the time. But I cured my depression. About 6 months before she decided to break up with me, my depression was cured. I did that whole stream where everyone saw it. Way better mood. My mood never, like, dipped down and there were signs that my depression was coming back. Never. I was good, energetic. I was dieting, losing weight, working out, uploading videos, streaming every day, feeling great. Being positive. So everything was going better. So her saying she wanted to break up despite that main fucking issue that she always brought up, it was clear she was just a lazy, manipulative jackass. She just wanted to play video games all day, do nothing, and me to take care of all the bills. No matter how, like, you know, and again, I was fine with paying the rent and utilities and all that. It's just that, like, her shit on top of that was ridiculous. Again, the car payment was like $500 a month. Her horse was, again, at least $500 a month, depending on, how expensive, like, hay is. And, again, periodically, the vet bills for the horse in particular were just outrageous. Like, regularly, every other fucking month, there was like a $1,500 vet bill or something. So it just got, and then on top of that, just the way she spends her money is fucking retarded. It just spoiled brat behavior. Every fucking day I'd see like, oh, $50 is gone from my bank account because she wanted to buy some random shit on Amazon she didn't need. Oh, $150 randomly gone from my account. Like, because again, some stupid bullshit. Every day. So that adds up over time. Like being conservative, probably like $35 every single day, I would see something go off my card from Amazon or some other fucking thing. And over the course of a month, that's $1,000. So she had spending habits that were just stupid and childish, where, oh, it's only $20, oh, it's only $30, oh, it's only $50. Richard makes good money. I saw him make like $300-400 on stream last night. Like again, she doesn't value my work or anything that I contribute, so she would always spend like $30-40 every single fucking day on something. Oh yeah, I went out with my friends and I spent like $30-40 at like a restaurant or something. Every fucking day. So yeah, that easily adds up to 1,000, and she doesn't even realize that because she's like a fucking childish idiot who's never had to, like, who just doesn't value my time and money. So all that added up, and it was just like breaking my fucking mind keeping up with all this. So yeah, funny. She decides to say, I think I need to break up with you. After I couldn't put up with it anymore, and I was saying, no, you pay for your own things. So I wasn't falling for it. And, you know, I'm way better off now. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st.
Your reaction to her saying that sounds so chill. Were you expecting it? Had things been bad?
I was kind of seeing it coming. She was complaining that I wasn't giving her enough attention and shit, and she said, I wish you'd, like, come in my room and just give me a hug occasionally, you know, something like that. So I did that. I'd come in her room, say, hey, sweetie, love you, how are you doing? Like, ask how her day went, give her a hug, and then when I do that, after she asked, she was like, what do you want? I'm gaming right now, can you leave me alone? And then if I'd go to hug her, I don't want to be touched right now, So, yeah. And again, I wasn't like, oh, what's your fucking problem all of a sudden? Like, I was like, okay, yeah, I'll give you your space. Even though she asked me to give her more attention. So, I kind of saw it coming. And again, wasn't falling for it. So, yeah. She's just selfish as shit, massive gaslighter. If her problem with me, the main problem, was my depression, then things would have gotten better all around. But they didn't, and it was entirely because I wasn't going to put up with a toddler just taking all my money. And sure enough, she tried to do this whole fucking play this game where, oh, I can't really continue anymore. Thinking, oh, quit your job, sweetie. Oh, I'm sorry. Stay with me. And then now that backfired. So, and I'm glad things worked out the way they did. She was the one who wanted to move here. I didn't want to move. But it ended up being a good idea. In the end, I have a way bigger place. The big benefit is the garage. Having a garage is just fucking god tier. Love having a fucking garage. And also just this big area in the basement where I can have, you know, my workout equipment and shit. That's also great. And mountain bike, you know, trails are nearby and shit. So worked out good for me. Thanks for the donation, though, Dread Maximus. 21st only tellers, what's the deal with the car now since it's in both your niggas' names? Well, it's not technically in my name. I was only the guarantor on the loan. What's weird is I went to the Kia dealership and I told them I've got this car, I'm the guarantor on the loan, my wife said she can't pay for the payments anymore, blah, blah, blah. Could I trade it in and then whatever's left on the cost of the loan, I'll just pay that off? And then they said, oh yeah, sure, we'll bring it in and then we'll give you a number for what we'll accept for the car and everything. They said they'd call me back that Monday. It's been over a week now. They haven't called me. So I have no fucking idea what's going on. I don't have the car in my driveway. It's, as far as I know, it's at that dealership. And they haven't contacted me back. So it's kind of weird. I don't know if there's like some weird stipulation on the loan where they're not able to get it traded back or something. But yeah, they haven't contacted me. No idea why. And can't say I fucking care. I'm sort of whatever. I don't really want to spend my money on that. Since you were married when you got it, are you responsible for paying it now? I don't have to pay anything if I don't want to. I was the guarantor on the loan, but I could just say no. I was planning on paying it off if they could just trade it in, but they haven't contacted me back. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. Or is this part of the divorce process? Has nothing to do with the divorce process. Sounds fun. How the fuck does she get to work without a car? Well, don't want to go into details, but, you know, you can put 2 and 2 together. Thanks for the donation, 21st. 21st donated $2. All she had to do would be work an easy $20 per hour part-time job for 1.5K per month. That's 75 hours per month, 2-3 days a week. Would have paid for her luxuries. Do you think she lacks empathy? Oh, yeah. As soon as anything is an inconvenience to her, she has absolutely no empathy. So, again, best example of this. When I was really, really suffering through depressive episodes, and it was extraordinarily difficult for me to get out of bed. There would be points in my depression where I would literally be in bed, like, 15, 18 hours straight. Go to bed, wake up, stare at the wall, feel miserable, couldn't fucking get out of bed. And then, 5, 6 o'clock would roll around, and then she'd say, hey, sweetie, I know you're feeling bad, but you've got to stream and make money. And then I'd tell her, I fucking can't. I've streamed every single fucking day, for the last few months, and I just feel terrible. And on top of that, I was also overweight from bulking, trying to bench, trying to get to that 405 bench. And, people were making fun of me for being fat. And back then, that was a huge sore spot for me. That's always been an insecurity since I was a kid, where, I just hated being fat, being called fat. So, not only do I have the horrible depression, but on top of that, I have to deal with, people on YouTube in the comments and shit on the live streams. Hey, fatty, how you doing, fatty? While I'm miserable and I'm literally on the verge of fucking slitting my wrists open. I had to ask Jasmine to hide any sharp objects like utility knives and shit because I was so fucking close to slitting my wrists open and killing myself. So I told her this, like, not only do I want to slit my fucking wrists open, I'm so fucking miserable, and then on top of that, I have to get up and then fucking stream and listen to all of this fucking abuse from people. You're fat, you're fat, you're fat. Like, can you just give me one day off? Like, just one day off. Can you stream for me? And, like, she could easily make at least $100 on the stream. You know, it's something. So it's better than nothing. I just asked her, can you please just give me one single fucking day off? And then, you know what she told me? Oh, I don't like going on stream because people make fun of me. And then I told her, like, so it's okay for you to pressure me to stream every single fucking day while I have horrible fucking depression where I have to ask you to hide the fucking razor blades and shit in the house because I'm about to kill myself. And on top of that, I have to listen to all this verbal abuse, but you can't do that for one single fucking day. It's okay for you to pressure me to do that, but for one single fucking day, you can't just go on stream, let me have one fucking break when all you do is like play video games all day and do nothing. But I have to, every single fucking day. And again, the reason I had to do so much work every single fucking day is to keep up with her expenses. Like that's the kind of selfishness that she has. Any fucking time she is remotely fucking inconvenienced, no empathy, won't like help you at all. If it doesn't inconvenience her, like it's fine, everything goes well. Like if she's kind of bored, doesn't have anything to do, and then I'm feeling like crap, she'll like stay in bed with me, watch stuff, because it's not an inconvenience. It's something she'd do anyway. But as soon as she like just one little thing to help me out for one fucking day, no, can't do it. People are going to make fun of me on stream, so you're going to have to go on stream even though you're about to slit your wrists open and you can't mentally handle the fucking, you know, mental abuse that people are throwing at you on stream. Yeah, you're just going to have to be more depressed so that, you know, you can pay for my fucking luxuries that I don't need. So that's the kind of selfishness. I wouldn't say she's Hitler, but yeah, she has a massive, massive lack of empathy. What games did she play? How many hours per day would you talk to her? She was playing a bunch of different games. She was into Helldivers 2. There was some other one that was online multiplayer co-op. I think it was Remnant. She was playing that for a while. A lot of online co-op games. I think she was playing Dota for a bit too. How many hours per day would you talk to her? It kind of depends. Like, sometimes, like, barely, not at all. Sometimes, like, a few hours, depending on what we're doing. And whether or not she'd, like, you know, do what I'm doing. Like, if she'd stay in bed with me and we'd watch a movie, then, you know, it'd be a few hours. But if not, she'd just be in her room playing games while I'm working. Thanks for the donation, the 21st.
Don't forget all the times she manipulated you to drive all the way to Toronto to pick up 10 in vegetarian and vegan cupcakes. Also her very expensive daily eating habits, Garden vegan chicken tenders, vegan mayo.
I wouldn't say she manipulated me to go pick up tenon vegetarian and vegan cupcakes. Like, I don't think there's ever any circumstances where I'd go out and drive that far just for her. Because, like, I'd also eat some of that stuff. But yeah, that's another great example. There were a few times where we really had to tighten our belt. So, like, right after we moved from Toronto to Guelph, I had very little fucking money because I had to pay the lawyer to fight the fucking Toronto police because they broke down our door and everything and charged me with a bunch of horse shit. The YouTube adpocalypse was going on, so I was making way less money from YouTube. And then on top of that, I had to pay for first and last month's rent for the new apartment. I had to pay the last month's rent for the apartment we were already in. And I had to pay the moving costs. So I had like no money. And then, you know, she said, okay, we gotta like budget for food and everything. And I'm like, okay. I was eating nothing but potatoes. You know what she did? She goes and goes in the vegan food section, grabs like 8 bags of fucking Gardein chicken. That's like fucking $50, $60. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you just said we had to budget for food, and then you're doing this. And then she's like, I can't just eat potatoes. Like, that's boring. It doesn't taste good. Oh, so I'm the one who has to budget so that she can maintain her luxuries. That's how it always was. I had to give up everything that I wanted so that she can live the lifestyle that she wants. It's retarded. I remember one time too, she even pressured me to default on the loan for my motorcycle so that she could keep her car. And then she said, oh, well, I'll drive you wherever you want. Just, just default on the loan and then I'll drive you wherever you want. I ended up not doing that because I wanted the bike. Obviously, and I knew she'd never fucking drive me anywhere, and it also caused, there's also other problems too, like, defaulting on the loan and having a bad credit score isn't great. On top of that, like, if I want to do vlogs, having her drive me around isn't as interesting as, like, the bike, like, a bunch of reasons. And I knew, like, yeah, I could just pay off the loan, so it would be hard. I'd have to work a lot and stuff and save money here and there. But so I just chose to keep the bike. But there you go again. She doesn't have to give up her car. I have to give up my motorcycle. And she also lied. She said, oh, I'll drive you wherever you want. She'd never drive me. Anytime that I had a problem with my bike, so like if I had a flat tire or I had to change the tires, the brakes were shot and I had to wait for like brake pads, or if it was snowing and I couldn't ride, never drive me anywhere. She'd always come up with the excuse, I have a headache, I'm tired, I had a long day, I'm too stressed out, I have anxiety, the weather isn't good. Like any fucking excuse she could, where like, yeah, sure, you'll drive me, uh-huh. So, just bullshitter. Thanks for the donation, 21st. You previously said Jasmine had no friends IRL, I believe. Now you're saying she would go out and eat with friends, so which is it? Well, I don't think I ever said she doesn't have IRL friends. She has, like, one friend, and the only reason they're sort of friends is because, she was her horse trimmer. So that's really the only reason they're friends. I don't know how close of a relationship they really have. But they just end up hanging out a lot because she would pay that woman to trim her horse hooves. Like, that's it. Does she have friends or not? She has online friends and, like, one friend IRL, sort of, that I know of. You said a girl needs to have friends and hobbies, which Jasmine lacked. She has hobbies, it's just that she'd make me pay for all of them. And they're ridiculously expensive, like the horse. But thanks for the donation, 21st.
What do you want? I'm gaming right now. Dude, can you just leave? I'm in the middle of a game and talking to my friends. I don't want to be touched right now.
Yes, thanks for the donation, Jasmine, in her room. bitch ass. Absolute dickhead. Yeah, don't ever get married.
What did you do? Nothing. I told you to stay put.
Marriage is nothing but a liability for the man. There's benefits to getting married if you're a woman, but if you're a man, it's just a liability. Even sharing a living space with a woman is a liability. It's fucking insane. Like, I can't remember who it was. I think it was some famous rapper. He was living with a girl for, I think, only 2 years. And I think in the state he lives in, that's long enough to be considered a common law relationship. And she was asking for, like, I think several millions of dollars in some settlement for their breakup. They're not even married. Like, it's crazy. So, yeah, it's just fucking dumb. You need to be able to walk away easily from any relationship, and when you're married, that makes it a lot harder, and when you're living together, it's a lot harder. So you're best off, one, at the very least, not getting married, and two, you're going to be best off not living together.
I couldn't. Your friends are all over the place. Did you get the stuff?
Yeah. Now we just need to get the hell out of here. Hey. Follow me. Hey, Alice. Hey. You want to pet her? It's okay.
That's a dog.
Yeah, see?
Oh my god, that's a dog. Wow, what a good dog. Oh, I love dogs.
Well done. You can go see her now if you want.
Is she gonna be okay?
Yeah, actually. Hey.
They're just kids.
I know.
What happened to us?
Did you have your worst depression moments as an adult while you were at your last apartment when you were bulking? Did you end up streaming that day when Jasmine pressured you to stream and she refused to do it when you were about to slit your wrists? Yeah, I ended up streaming anyway. Because, again, I realized she's not going to do anything, and somebody's got to make money, right? I don't know if I'd say I've had my worst. It's about, like, I nearly killed myself a few times when I was a kid, so I don't know. Relatively comparable. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st.
Just because you married a leech who hit the wall doesn't mean marriage sucks. A wife that would make your life better exists, VG.
You never know how women are going to behave years later. Women do this. They'll put on an act to get with you. So they'll pretend to be interested in the same things you're interested in. They'll act a certain way because they know that's the way you want them to act. And then later in the relationship, they'll show their true colors and then be a crazy fucking wacko bitch. Same thing happened with my fucking uncle. His wife was a crazy fucking lunatic, and her kids don't even want anything to fucking do with her. They fucking hate her. So you never know how somebody's gonna act years later in a relationship. And again, what's the point of marriage? You're gonna be together regardless, and it just creates an extra amount of legal problems for you if you want to actually break up. So it's nothing but a liability for men. There's no reason to ever get fucking married, and it just puts you in a position where it's way easier for you to get taken advantage of. So No, it's stupid. Don't fall into that trap. Oh, this one's different. She's actually a good woman. Yeah, she's a good woman right now. But just wait like a few years later, see how good she is. Like, you never know how somebody's gonna... who somebody actually is. You don't know what's in their mind. You can only make assumptions about somebody, but you don't know who they actually are and what they're actually thinking. So, knowing that, why would you ever put yourself at risk? Thanks for the donation, though, Majin Buu.
Maybe we stop looking for the light.
Maybe. I'm gonna go check on the girl.
Okay.
There's no tax benefits for marriage. There's common law relationships. So if you're living with someone, they would have basically the same legal status if, like, on your taxes. You just claim them as, like, an independent or someone or somebody you're cohabitating with. It makes no difference on your taxes. There are no tax benefits to marriage, so that's bullshit. I don't know about insurance. Insurance might be different. So if you have, if you get insurance through your workplace, they might not insure your partner if you're not married. That's a different circumstance. But again, saving a few bucks for insurance versus having to go through some sort of headache later down the road, like, it's up to you if you want to weigh out those risks, but... If a man needs citizenship to another country to be with a girl they want, they can marry the girl to be in that country. You can find a girl in your country. That's the issue. Don't ever think someone's special because they're not. You can find somebody who's just as good, if not better, in your fucking country. It's just not worth it.
She's not going to come with you. Convince her. We broke the rules. That's all we care about.
Bowen? Just me.
Wouldn't say I'm learning the hard way.
What are you still doing up? I was...
Like, it hasn't really been that big of a pain in the ass,
believe she's
but
on her feet already.
things could have gone much worse.
Scars are tough. What are they fighting about?
Fuck you, Yara. I wouldn't leave you behind.
Love doesn't want to leave Seattle. Owen invited them to come to Santa Barbara.
That is very Owen. I figured you'd have talked him out of going by now.
Actually, I'm going with them. But not if you come.
What?
He may fall for your little act with these kids, but I don't.
There's nothing to fall for.
Isaac's top scar killer suddenly had a change of heart? Nothing to do with Owen, right?
I haven't always done the right thing.
You're a piece of shit, Abby. You always have been. I'm done with you. You want to do right by these kids? Get out of their lives before you screw them over too.
Yeah, like, look at it this way, dude. There were a few other girls that were interested in me around the time I ended up getting with Jasmine. There was one chick that was from New York. Which would have been a little easier because she's right near the border with Canada and shit.
How's your arm?
She was super into anal and domination. Like, I could have been having some ass-to-mouth sex with this chick who's an absolute freak. She was cute, too. Seemed really sweet.
Do you mind helping me look
There was
for
some
her?
other girl from, like, around Toronto, so Canadian.
You ran off this way.
So, like... There's just no reason to ever, you know, be like, oh, this girl online that I met, oh, she's so special, I need to be with her. Like, she's not special. Nobody's special. You can always find... You can always find somebody in your country at the very least, if not in your own state. Especially if you're a dude.
I'm worried about our mom. About what'll happen to her because of us.
Like,
He needs to focus on his own safety right now.
the similarities between women versus
Sometimes
like
parents
the similarities between men, it's sort of
Our
different.
mom is so devout. She'll probably
So yeah, especially if you're a man looking for a partner, never get sucked into the idea that, oh, this one's special. Like,
Lev,
men are looking for something different in relationships, right? You're not looking for a guy who's over 6 feet tall, has an 8-inch dick, has like a 6-figure plus income. Like, if a chick met somebody like that online overseas, that's different, right? Because you're looking for something totally different in a fucking relationship that is a lot more rare. Like, it is hard to find men with those sorts of qualities. Men, what do you want? You just want somebody who you find attractive, maybe has nice tits, nice ass, is kind, caring, supportive, maybe has some similar hobbies to you. It's just a lot simpler. It's less rare. So,
she wants you to throw it again.
And there's also less risk involved there too, because like the chick who's looking for a guy who's like 6 foot tall, 8-inch dick,
doesn't seem like a good
really wealthy, she doesn't have to invest anything into the relationship because he's the one paying for everything. Whereas you're the one paying for everything. Like, oh, I have to fly out to this other country. I'm paying for all these like flight expenses. I have to contribute to the fucking rent. Like, I have to pay for this. I have to pay for that. So,
Can I do it again?
it makes more sense for women to play that game where if they meet a man, you know, overseas, because there's less investment, less risk in that regard. But if you're a man, like, just think of what you actually want in a relationship. You just want a chick who's just attractive enough for you. You know, you don't need some like super like massively hot knockout babe to impress everybody. You just want a chick who's attractive, maybe sexually compatible, has some similar hobbies to you. Maybe she likes like bike riding, maybe she likes video games or anime or something, and is just nice and supportive and nice to be around. Men want very simple fucking things, and you can find that everywhere. Women, oh, he has to be over 6 feet tall, he has to be a millionaire, he also has to be handsome, he has to have an 8-inch dick, he also has to, like, be kind and considerate to my feelings and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, like...
If she saw him like this, she'd strangle him with her bare hands.
It would make sense to fly over to, you know, fucking Europe or something to find a dude like that, because it's hard to find, for one thing, and on top, you don't have to make any investment. He's the one who has to make the investment.
I heard some of your people calling him Lily.
For a long time.
What if I want a chick with an 8-inch clit? Well, there's
I didn't
plenty of trannies
understand
around,
why
dude.
He was questioning the laws, traditions.
Probably,
Explain to me.
probably easier to find,
Inside.
you know, trans girls with
And we
8-inch
have to
dicks
keep
in
it
the
to
US anyway. 21st Only Tellers, what if you just have a long-term relationship with someone who lives in another country and just visits you for a few weeks or months at a time, several times per year? Why is that not enough? Why need to get married? Some people need more attention and, you know, this and that. But yeah, there's no point in making that kind of investment when, again, if you're a man, you're looking for very simple things. You can find those simple things
like one of them
all around you. You don't need to fly to another country.
Is that when you ran?
First, I screamed at
Thanks
him.
for the donation, though, 21st.
I hit him. I'm so stupid.
Yeah, I have an idea. Why don't we find something to cheer him up? Come on.
Last week, he got assigned his role in the community. He wanted to be a soldier like me, but they decided he was to be a wife to one of the elders. It's tradition.
Oh, yeah, like, a straightforward woman is a rare thing, sure, because all these chicks are fucking delusional, and they're just surrounded by fucking simps who will just bend over backwards for them. But, again, I don't know why you think you need to make some big investment and move to a different country or something. You're gonna run into the same problem, and you're gonna be assuming more risk, so... Thanks for the membership, Anne. Appreciate it.
It's perfect. Mel's wrong, you know.
Why did Jasmine tackle you when you wanted to leave the apartment? Did she want you to stay there and continue arguing? Yeah, apparently.
Abby, will you stop stealing my stuff, please?
I'm sorry, I didn't realize you owned everything in the aquarium.
Yeah, well, my aquarium, my stuff. I'm just kidding. Take whatever you want. You can't.
Have you seen Lev?
Yeah, he was down that hallway. Can I talk to you?
I'll catch up.
She couldn't tell I was joking. I suck with kids.
Yeah.
They really like you, though. So,
Dodo don't need chillers. That girl with the scar on her face unironically looks a lot like Bella Ramsey. She should have played her instead. Yeah, that would have made more sense. Also, VG, if you find a girl overseas that makes just as much money or more money than you, then it's okay to get married or be gay because men are solution-oriented. Like, here's the thing. Anything can make sense in the right context, right? If I met some girl from some other country, really liked her, she made as much or more money than me, it's not that it's like off the table completely, but I'd be more willing to sort of take that risk in, you know, doing that whole thing over again, because again, there's less assumed risk. And she could contribute like at least equally to the relationship. So if I had to fly over, she could pay for half the bill, you know, stuff like that. So everything, like, it's not like a hard rule, like never date some chick overseas, but it's like, yeah, most circumstances, like, why would you ever bother? Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Kenny donated $2. I like rats. I also like rats. Oh my goodness, that is a nice rat. Oh my god. That is a happy rat. Oh my god, he likes his tissue box. Look at him. Oh, what a nice, handsome rat. Oh, that is a good rat. I love rats. Rats are just so good. Oh my god. That is a nice rat. Thanks for the donation, Kenny. 21st $22. Is there anything you could have done early in the relationship or even more recently that you think would have made it so you and Jasmine would have been happier together and still being together by now, besides not getting married or not being with her? The relationship would have perhaps lasted longer if I didn't have depression. Like, if I had that crazy mushroom trip earlier on, I think the relationship might have lasted longer, but I think we would have ended in the same spot. Like, fundamentally, the issue wasn't me. The issue was her. She's just extremely manipulative. And she would have pushed the same boundaries as far as she could have, regardless, right? So, yeah, in theory, if I didn't have the depression, the relationship might have lasted longer, but she would have been the same manipulative person regardless, and the relationship would have ended in the same set of circumstances. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st.
Coming to Santa Barbara, right?
I can't.
Why?
You know why.
We can figure this out.
It's too late.
No, it isn't. Look, I know it's a fucking mess. I know. But we can choose to be happy. Happy. We're allowed to be happy.
You hear that?
Lev! Get back here! Lev!
What's he doing?
He's going after her.
After who?
His mom.
She's gonna kill him, Abby.
Every straight man I met are like selfie
Already?
zombies.
Not yet.
How
All
much
they
time do
ask for, even when I tell them no. They ask for a
Few hours.
serious relationship, but then every hour literally
head
send
him up.
selfie.
We'll grab a boat from the marine.
Hey, she just had surgery.
I'm fine.
Are you dating like teenage boys? Like the only dudes who do that are like pathetic gay ass simps. You have to be dating men that are like at the oldest, like 23, and they're simps. You're not dating like actual men. You're dating loser simps. You have to have a thing for like feminine men.
How else am I gonna find him?
I'll go with you.
Owen?
They're heading to the fucking island.
Exactly.
I'm not gonna let her go by herself.
Actually, you are.
I can help.
Yeah, by staying here and fixing the fucking sailboat. Get your priorities straight. Yara, let's go.
Lesbian or bisexual women are straightforward because the up and there are no games, but with men it's all these societal... Buddy, lesbian relationships have the highest rate of failure and breakup, and they also have the highest rates of intimate partner violence. Women are more likely to beat other women than men are more likely than men are. Yeah, women are more lesbian relationships. How would I say this? Women in lesbian relationships are more likely to beat their partner than men are likely to beat their partner in heterosexual relationships. And again, they have the highest rate of breakups. They also have the highest rate of divorce. Dodo donated $2 video game break.
What's going on here today, Catherine?
Now we have to prepare.
Does this guy wake up and look at his wife and just ask himself, what the fuck have I done?
For Noah to go to school, so I'm preparing his lunch. And then we're doing some other, like, meal.
Lesbian relationships have the highest cheating rate as well? Is that even true? They have the highest rate of domestic violence. 43.8% of lesbian women and 61.1% of bisexual women have experienced rape, physical violence, or stalking by intimate partner in some, as opposed to 35% of heterosexual women. Yeah, way higher. Cheating. Let me see. Go magazine, cheating. Oh, National Institute of Health. Sexual orientation, infidelity. Cross-sectional study. Results showed that gay lesbian respondents did not significantly differ from heterosexual participants regarding infidelity-related behaviors. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's only a cross-sectional survey. I'm not sure. Somebody responded on the Reddit post. According to the U.S. General Social Survey, 20% of married men admit to cheating compared to 13% of married heterosexual women. GSS didn't give percentages for queer couples, but another study reports 8% of lesbians cheat compared to 59% of gay men. I'm not sure. Never heard of that one.
Prep kind of things as well. Steel cut oats soaking here. These have actually been soaking for 2 days.
I was referring to the initial stage of approaching women when it comes to lesbian or bisexual approaching each other.
So I was gonna make them yesterday, but then I didn't. So the soaking for extra long, but that's good.
Yeah.
So now I'm gonna rinse these, and then I'm gonna cook them in the Instant Pot, which is genius.
Hey,
then you'll just pop
watch
them.
out, the ninja sword. Oh my.
So I added the oats in here, and now I'm gonna add some liquid. So I'll do a mix between oat milk and water. And this is the only oat milk we'll use. It's organic and it only has 3 ingredients: water, oats, and some salt. I'm gonna add a cup and a half cup of water. And then I've got 1.5 cup of oats. Yesterday I baked some sourdough bread, so I've started doing sourdough.
Sourdough's for fucking retards.
So this is a sourdough, spelt and rye, and this is a gluten-free sourdough. So yeah, that's a fun project that I've bread, fried up an egg.
It's excellent, Catherine.
Yeah.
I want to highlight is the meat here, which is deer meat from Catherine's father, I believe. The sinner. If you want to do something similar, you don't need to use this exact specific meat, or if you...
You know, it's so weird. Like, they're still eating well overall, it appears. But, like, since quitting the vegan diet, like, they've aged way worse than every other, like, vegan fitness influencers. Like, look at Nimai Delgado. He looks the same age as, like, 10 years ago. And I'm pretty sure that guy was on steroids, too. I look very, very fucking similar compared to 10 years ago. Like, I've just gotten larger. Like, I've gotten more muscular. I have more gray hair. But other than that, like, my skin and everything and complexion still looks, like, really youthful. Like, Bianca Taylor... Again, like, look at her. She's roughly the same age as Catherine, and she still has great skin and everything. And she lives in California, where she'd be getting more sunlight. Like, just adding this meat to their diet, they look way older and have worse skin and everything, even though, like, their overall diet seems pretty okay.
If you eat a different diet, vegetarian or vegan, you can use something else as well, like tofu,
Yeah.
or something else. So
Same with the veggies and like all the ingredients. Usually when I cook or make dinners, I just make it up as I go.
Yeah.
I don't usually follow a lot of recipes. I'm using
Nah, I didn't see the Pierce Morgan debate with that lawyer and Dave Smith. Yeah, I would have figured they wouldn't let the woman talk. That's their whole strategy, right? Oh, what about the dead babies? What about the dead babies? Yes, well, I'll explain that. No explaining. What about the dead babies? Like, yeah, it's their whole shtick. They just filibuster constantly.
some white potatoes, onion, garlic, carrots, some parsley. This is actually from the garden bed. Then we have pepper, Himalaya salt, and it will.
Okay, it's just some.
Unless you want to make
stupid-
like a soup or something. Really good.
really good, Catherine. Delicious. Yeah, amazing.
I still do not understand why they're just stupid. Like, I don't think there's any thought process behind anything they do. Like, most people just do things based on some, like, weird emotional feeling, and I think that's especially true of stupid people. You know, anybody could have told them, you know, quitting veganism and all this shit, like, you're gonna ruin your online reputation, you're gonna ruin your business, you're not gonna make any money anymore, people aren't gonna follow you, you're not gonna get any more clients. Anybody could have told them this, but for some reason, they got this emotional feeling that they need to eat meat again, and they did it, and then, okay, well... Now they're broke, they're not making any money, they're shitting out kids like fucking rats, because they just feel like doing it, and they're both aging fucking terribly.
Living here in Norway, we don't have a lot of options for, say, like organic foods.
Yeah.
So, of course,
Okay, well, that's their shitty life. Have fun collecting garbage, John Venus. Who do you think the Dems are going to run in 2023? Probably Buttigieg. Dodo $22, you're right. Look at Nimai Delgado's most recent vid and his oldest vid. He looks virtually the same. Look at Brian Turner, too, and Ryan and Angie. Yeah. Yeah, they're all aging really fucking well. And like their diets do differ pretty substantially between like those four people, but still they look pretty good. See the oldest 9 years ago.
All right, what's up, everybody? My name is.
So that's Nehemiah 9 years ago.
Guys.
Dude, he hasn't aged. He literally hasn't aged. Looks literally the fucking same. This is 12 years ago.
Hey, this is Ryan of Happy Healthy.
Yeah, he is older. Like, you can see he has more wrinkles. And I think he gained a bit of weight. But he still looks good. Like, he's almost 60 or something now, right? Like, he's aged the same amount you'd expect, like, over a 12-year period for somebody in his age range as, like, John Venus and his wife has aged in like 2 or 3 years. And who is the other? Brian Turner.
What would happen if you went to a car?
Why in the fuck?
Hey, guys.
Yeah. Like, barely any difference. But yeah, let's eat meat. Really, let's eat meat for health reasons. Yeah, right. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I just gotta go take a piss. We'll be right back. Oh, okay. I lied, I also had to poop.
I can do it. Let's go.
There are blind spots along the coast we can boat into. From there, we'll follow backwards. Information we have. None. Too stubborn.
What are your thoughts on NAD boosters? There's a lot of hype around them about how they raise energy levels, induce DNA repair, activate antioxidant enzymes like sirtuins and PARPs, and promote youthfulness, etc. Do you think it's legit or overblown?
It's probably bullshit. I'm pretty sure you... what was it? Yeah, so that supplement that Greg Doucette hypes that he was complaining about getting regulated, NMN, for one thing, they have not found amazing benefits to taking NAD boosters like NMN. And in all likelihood, you can get those same benefits from certain B vitamins or nicotine. So it's probably overhyped garbage because, again, the mechanistic evidence indicates you do not need to take something like NMN. You could get that from B vitamins or nicotine. On top of that, look at all the randomized trials. They're not spectacular. No one is living longer or like being able to run marathons faster or anything like that. They just report like bullshit like, oh, men with crippling angina could walk for 1 minute longer. Okay, I don't know how that would benefit me. So, yeah, it's just bullshit. I wouldn't bother taking M&M or NMN. Yeah, NMN. So I would say it's just garbage. Thanks for the donation, though, RV.
It's got a soft spot for her. Yeah, well, she won't see it that way. How do we get to the marina from here?
Yes, come swim in this dirty water right after surgery.
Abby! Over here!
CDG donate to us. How do you get your B vitamins from food as a vegan? By eating food. Potatoes are high in most B vitamins. Nutritional yeast is very high in every B vitamin except B12, so you have to supplement B12, but yeah, nutritional yeast would be the highest source, but like just basic foods like potatoes are high in B vitamins. Thanks for the donate. Oh, wait. Besides taking multivitamin, of course, just want to know what the best sources of each B vitamin is, in your opinion, from plant sources. They're in, like, every food. Potatoes are particularly high in a few. Nuts and seeds are high in a few. But nutritional yeast would be the highest source of all of them, except for B12. You'd still need supplement B12. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Okay, sounds good.
Substantial amount of NMN degrades into niacinamide in the gut. High doses of niacinamide actually inhibits sirtuins. I don't know what the fuck that is. The same thing happens with certain B vitamins and nicotine, though. So if you take intake a high amount of vitamin B3, same thing happens. If you intake nicotine, same thing happens. So mechanistically, there's no reason to think that NMN would do anything different than just taking B3 or nicotine.
Stay on the dock. I'll go get a boat and pick you up here.
No, I can help.
Not with this. I got it. Okay. Okay.
Abby's so fucking jacked.
Get down! Abby, what the fuck?
Manny?
You by yourself?
Yeah.
Shit. This sniper's a fucking bro.
What are you doing out here?
The boats. We were supposed to hit the island tonight. Then this pendejo showed up. I sent the guy to call for help. Backup should be on the way. Should be.
Algae doesn't contain any bioavailable
I need
B12.
one of those boats. Now.
Why?
Ask me later.
Then I guess you're gonna help me take this guy out.
Let's do it.
Stay low. He killed my whole fucking team. Fuck these trespassers. The last few days, they came out of nowhere. They're hitting us hard. Don't know.
Do you regret making fun of Blaha when you were obese? You were commenting on how round he was and how he looked 6 or 7 months pregnant. Someone took that and edited it to make it look like you reacting to yourself. You know which video I'm referring to.
I don't recall that video, but no, I don't care. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
See.
hungry as fuck. Let's get inside of that garage. I'm right behind you. Go. Car's falling apart! We gotta move! Go! Go! Oh shit. Should we go?
21st on $2. This hilarious video with over 80k views. This video that you refused to react to. You watched off stream in full. It's actually hilarious. I wish you'd watch it on stream. How is this? Is that? I don't know. That might actually have something to do with the steroids he takes.
Don't do a 24-hour stream.
Steroids do cause digestive upset, so it's okay. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
After them, instead of the goddamn island. Might be happening right now. Luring them to us. Get ready. Let's get up to the bridge.
Fuck. $21st, $20. That doesn't count as reacting. There's a reason it has more views than the last 5 of your videos combined. Lol, it's funny as fuck. You didn't watch it. Just looked like 6 frames. Wasn't that a bit hypocritical to comment on Blaha's physique at the time? Yeah, I guess it was. Thanks for the donation, dude. 'Dodge mechanic, like, just decides not to work sometimes.
We gotta get to the bridge before he runs! Go ahead, I'll cover you. Where did he go? Fuck. Hey! ¡Es pinche muerto! It's right there! Go, 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 go! Shit, watch out!
What bothers you more about watching that video? You having to see Jasmine, you seeing yourself overweight, or you making fun of yourself for being overweight? Don't avoid the question, answer it. It's just boring, dude. It doesn't bother me. I just don't want to have to watch like 5 minutes of something that's boring. Thanks for the donation, dude. CDG donatillers, would you have sex with Natasha Affy if somehow she had the same arm size as you? I would. Yeah, I wouldn't care. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Screw it. Let's just...
No, I didn't plan on making YouTube a full-time job when I started my channel. Who would win in an MMA match between Chuck Norris and you? I would. Yes.
Who was that? Shit. It doesn't matter. Let's get Lev and get back to the aquarium. Come on. We'll take that boat.
Okra can be fine, depends on how it's prepared. I'm not against okra. No, haven't seen Monster Violence Jack. I've seen Trigun. I didn't like it. But I haven't seen Monster Violence Jack. CDG, donate $2 double buy flex for your biggest fan. Sure, why not? You did ask nice, so there you go. Double bicep flex. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Look, Rev's boat. We have to catch up to her. To our house. That's where our mom will be. Across the island. We'll take back trails. They won't see us. Are you sure the wolves are attacking tonight? Your leader, Isaac. What does he want? But at what cost?
Alright, I think we'll end things there. I'm gonna go head to bed, because I'm tired. Should be on tomorrow night. If I had to guess, probably a bit earlier. Might start the stream around 4. We'll see. Like, sometimes my daily schedule's weird, but I'll probably be on earlier tomorrow.
It was really brutal. Oh my god, even the lawyer. Oh, Zip, do you remember when the judge asked the lawyer, he was like, oh my god, I'm so... Dude, I almost started crying in court because this lawyer made me feel so...
Okay, we'll react to that tomorrow. CDG Donate Tellers, dude, you look on the verge of being juiced. Nice freaking arms. Well, thank you. I'll give you another larger bicep shot. Yeah, my arms have been growing quite a bit lately. Starting to get some striations and shit in my shoulders, too. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
Okay, he says he loves animals, but keeping a hippo in his apartment is going too far. She bloated up. The place is always a mess. She never cleans and cooks. It's like he married a dude. LMFAO in the thumbnail, she looks like she could be Bla's daughter.
Okay, well, that's nice, I guess. Thanks for the donation, 21st. But, yeah, I am planning on training tomorrow. And then just after training, I'll probably do the stream. But I don't have to go out or get groceries or anything like that. So tomorrow's stream's probably going to start earlier, like maybe around 4.
Dude, can you shut the fuck up, 21st? Are you a troll or a fan? Why are you so obsessed with making Richard annoyed / fuck off already? Or just keep donating your money and help him, whatever, lol.
Okay, thanks for the donation, CDG. Well, I am planning on doing more workout streams. It's part of the reason why I got the new camera. I just have to wait for some of the shit to come in, though. For some reason, I don't know why they designed the camera like this, but if you can stream using this camera via USB-C, but it doesn't power the camera, you still need a battery in it, and the battery drains. You can't stream with the camera using USB and have it stream indefinitely, so I ordered a dummy battery for it that can just power it via AC. But that might not come until like 2 weeks from now. Yeah. Thanks for the donation, dipshit. And the lens that I have on this camera, it's broken, so I can't use that lens on this camera. So I ordered a new lens. I'm investing a fair bit of money so that I can do better workout streams and do vlogs, so I hope you appreciate that. I don't know when the new lens is coming in. It said that it was in stock online on Henry's camera. So hopefully it doesn't take more than like a week or something for it to get here. Or at least comes in when the batteries and shit I ordered came in. But that was $1,200 for the new lens. It's a very good Sony G lens. So I will be making workout streams and doing workout vlogs in the future. But anyway, I should be on tomorrow night around 4-ish. That's what I'm expecting, so probably earlier. But I hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everyone who donated on Streamlabs. I really appreciate it. And I'll see you all tomorrow, so sweet dreams.